Roll call.
Hotuan,
Here.
Christopher Eaglebear, Todd Bearshill,
Oh.
Cowboy Wright,
Here.
Stanley Woodenak Jr., Sean Holloman Bear, Royal Yellowhawk, Robert Ratherley,
Oh.
Charles DeBay Jr.,
Here.
Bill Marshall,
Here.
Wayne Frederick,
All day.
Emily Boyd Belandra, Alvin Fairhill Sr.,
Here.
Sherry Wright Saint, Pamela Wilcott, here, Lila Kilzensite, Michael Bolt Sr.,
Tomorrow, Tuesday.
William Kendall, Ben Blackwood III, Marion Little Thunder.
Yes. 14 present. We do have a quorum, and our requests to be excused are Marion, Michelle, Ben, Stanley, Chris, and Lila. Chris is gonna be late, and Lila will be late, so. Motion by Sherry to excuse. Seconded by Toles, question by Charlie. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Madam Chair? Is there anybody that needs to leave early today?
I gotta leave on Tuesday.
Charles,
I gotta leave.
Todd,
I gotta leave at 9 o'clock.
I may have to leave early.
okay.
I'm dying today.
Thank you. I just wanted to, take some time to acknowledge Jock Gassman. My community had a loss last night. Jock Gassman passed away. He was a former council representative and he's a veteran and a lifetime member of the Rosebud community. So I wanted to take some time to acknowledge him, and whoever offers the prayer today, if you could include Jock's family in your prayers. Thank you.
Tammy.
We had a community meeting last night and there were some questions, that my community wants me to ask. That's why I asked why that 1016 is not 1016.
Can you write it down? Before we get started, I just wanted to remind everybody, every day there's changes within the Trump administration and who he's selecting, and we're anticipating big budget cuts to our funding. And right now is a time for us to really unify together and support each other and respect each other for our tribe. We need to thank our programs and our directors so that we can keep those going. So I just want to remind everybody to, take care of each other and look after our families and make sure that we're looking at some hard times here too, especially with our finances. So with that, Royal, do you want to start us off with the prayer?
Ako wogala kaktalo, wichot kachimo jila, chete wajila heogana, hoti jana ha le. Jack na kiksia piktalo, ja. Wokiksia lo je, kayo. Alberto Taylor, walk saya wa cha, o te lo. Hey, I'll get you down, no te crete loyo, ay, a que te cague, no te crete loyo,
On council today, we have, MRGB Consulting that's coming on, and that's the Lobbyist. They're gonna come visit us this afternoon. And also Dr. Warren will be here about the joint venture with the application for the new hospital. That'll be at 1, so we can go right into constitutional officer reports. You know, Madam Secretary has some committees she would like to have selected, and, is there anything else that needs to be added to the agenda today?
Community.
Okay, we'll bring it up under communities. Okay. I'll go ahead and start with the Vice President's report. We've been doing a lot of assistance I've been focusing mainly on elders, for propane and lights. And a lot of, them had light bills that carried over from the summer LEAP. So we've been doing a lot of work on that. And then I worked with 4 Directions, OJ Siemens program. We worked with, the University of Colorado. They brought their law students down here. There were about 25 law students that came on the day before election. They went out to the polls and helped the voters vote and kind of explained what the amendments were. They came out free of charge. They worked with Offer, with Rose Courtier and Ron Neese's group. So they really got people out informed on how to vote. And then the president's office actually went out and hired drivers to haul voters too. So, next week I'll be gone all week. I'll be at TBEC. I do have some meetings scheduled up there with the White House and NITA and a couple of other. We're gonna meet with some Department of Interior people up there regarding our ILCA funds. So that is pretty much I have for my report. Other than that, besides doing day-to-day. So, thank you. Emily.
I'm just gonna move to approve your report.
Motion by Emily,
Second.
seconded by Bob. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
And we'll go into the secretary's report. Yesterday, Van Norman did show up, but he showed up around 4, was it? Yeah, so. Maybe you can give an update on that, the year report?
Yeah.
Okay. For the committee selections, do you guys want to look at the applications? Pass them out again and maybe give some insight on the backgrounds where they completed on.
Yeah. Do you have the background for everything done?
I was just wondering if we got clarification on that issue about directors. I was hoping that that's the last 2 times.
Is HR supposed to respond to that? You can call her over.
Okay, I just know that there's
Yeah, 'cause I haven't seen
the
it.
last 2 times.
So, oh, I'm sorry, Tam.
Hey, Manager, with these committee selections, I know you guys have been waiting on an answer, a couple of them. I want to make a motion that we just move forward whether we get a decision or not, because these need to be,
They need to be selected.
they need to be selected. And you guys, whoever was that time to get clarification, so I make that motion to move forward with the selection for the committees.
And they do need to be selected. We need our at-large positions filled so that we can continue with quorums. Motion by Tammy Wilcox, seconded by Charles. Okay. I don't think that necessarily needs to be a motion if everybody agrees just to move forward with it.
Does everybody agree just to move forward with it?
Selections?
Yeah, we have 3.
Because there's a couple of them on here that you guys have been questioning for quite some time now and haven't got any clear clarification on it, but we actually do need to move forward.
So are we moving forward, allowing them to remain on the list?
Yes.
Yeah, as long as council's agreeable to it.
Get it done today.
Yeah.
Transportation, we have an open hour.
At large. Okay.
And I don't know if there's any there. That are like that.
I was on it. However, if you guys ever get that information done to dedicate that building to Lena.
Council, how do you want to do the voting on this? Do you want to vote for two and then go from there? Or do you just want to vote for one and we'll take it from there? I know
On the
Councilor
first one?
Bear Hills had a concern on that,
On the
like-
first one or all of them?
all of them. You know how we usually vote for two and then take it from there? Should we just vote for one name and go from there? How do you guys want to do it?
So like, what if they need three, for example? Do we just vote one and the top three get it, or do we vote three and the top three
Yeah.
get it?
Vote three.
Vote three and go from there?
Yeah.
Okay.
So vote three and the top. Oh, yeah.
That'll work. I just wanted that for clarification.
For that first one, yeah. Morning, Chris.
You have an extra comment too.
Snuck in.
Adam started.
Must be doing something special.
Have one.
Yeah. Emily. So the question was if directors can sit on committees?
That was one of them, and then the other one I think was like on number 13 on that first one. But the other that was overlapping on a lot of them was the directors could sit, and if, yeah.
Contract.
So, because remember one of the ordinances that's on the application, it cites the ordinance, and it was brought up that day that directors cannot sit on any of the boards.
One that was just passed.
Which ordinance that was?
Just one of the committees and boards that was just passed. Also just for that employees, yeah.
The director's. I've never.
Let me pull that one up.
I'm gonna shoot it to you too.
Mike's got a question.
Mike.
Thank you. The correction amount directly on the committee, isn't it addressed in the personnel manual?
Jennifer's gonna go check. She said that we passed the amendment allowing employees to sit on there, but it doesn't specifically say directors. So she said directors are employees, so she thought that they could sit on there, so she's gonna go get clarification.
I recall a discussion in the past about this issue. And I'm thinking that they were not allowed. But whether that falls under the employee thing, you know, that's all encompassing to the directors. It says that employees cannot, and I believe the intent at the time was literally all
Yeah, so we amended
all
it.
employee directors.
Employees can sit on there, but I think the only conflict would be if that director
The
was.
rationale was that they got enough to do, you know, they should be away from their job.
I think on that first group, number 5, I think was the one that was being questioned.
It's always been number 5 from my understanding that everybody's questioning.
Yeah. We'll just go ahead and move forward.
Isn't that position being advertised? Yeah.
Yes. Number 20. States in the ordinance.
Squares.
Also, while we wait for Jennifer to come back, do you want to take a look at the secretary's council minutes and we can approve those? They should be in your folder.
There's no rebuilds.
I forgot mine. I took it with my packet yesterday. Are they in the email at all? Yeah. Yeah, okay, thank you. Oh, yeah, I saw that.
What are you doing here? Are we reporting for 3 meeting people?
We're, looking at reviewing the secretary minutes
Oh, okay.
right now.
We're really voting.
You guys are whispering. But I mentioned that you guys are whispering to each other.
I didn't know if I wrote Make America Great Again.
Where are we at on that?
On the general ops, we're waiting, I'll ask Jen when she comes back. Remember, she was supposed to do those employer reference checks on them. The minutes should be in your folder. Bob, your minutes should be in your folder,
Oh, okay.
secretary.
In the back.
Sure. Meeting should be Jason.
Any questions on the minutes? We're looking at the minutes for October 9th, 10th, 23rd, and 24th. Emily.
I just have a question under the position. It said that we were to be reported back. We're gonna do that today.
We put it under personnel.
Everything is just as trouble. You're considered trouble.
Okay.
Yeah. So he said if you want to see it. You amended it for secretary. But here's some copies if you want to.
And then.
Yeah. Reference checks. Whatever.
Might bring them up under personnel. Royal.
Around that, October 9th, it says in your report, plan of action. For the, list. What's the status on that?
I asked council to, I had, somebody go up and get a number of who is all up there. That number has probably changed by then, but I had asked council for a plan on how we can address those homeless on the fairgrounds before it got cold. And it went into a discussion and no action was taken. Emily, did you get your question answered? Okay.
Oh, she actually said that we're gonna do it today. It was about, on the minutes, it said that we were gonna follow up on that, position and filling that position.
Oh, yeah.
And HR was to provide some information, reference checks and things. Maybe that was a different one, but anyway.
Are there any other questions on the minutes? To approve. Approval day by day, or do you want to approve the 9th, 10th, 23rd, and 24th? Motion by Charles to approve the council minutes for October 9th, 10th, 23rd, and 24th. Is there a second by Wayne? Question? Lila, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Okay, Jen brought this in under resolution 23-329. Oh, you're opposing. I'm sorry. All in favor? Opposed?
1,
Not voting.
3.
All 1-3 motion. She have copies for council? Tina. Then brought over resolution 23-329 that amended the policy and personnel policy and procedures, allowing tribal employees to sit on boards and committees. And it states tribal employees and does not specifically exclude directors. Directors are tribal employees, so.
Yeah, I wasn't the one that even brought it up. I was just bringing it up because I think our new president was the one who brought the ordinance up that said that directors could not sit on those, so that's why.
Okay, so this is just for information. We can go ahead and proceed
Thank
with
you.
the selections. Did everybody get a Post-it? Yeah, okay. So with the first gaming commission, they need 3 people to fill the at-large seats. If you guys want to go ahead and vote, well. How to run that? Everybody vote? Madam Sergeant, can you pick up the?
That one's for the GPRG. I didn't get the.
Yeah. I can try to multitask if I can.
Oh, shit.
Come on. Good one.
That's what we. Wait. No, trash. I assume that's how. Every school you look to, just be kid, all the time having fun. Every school you
Yeah. IT's working on a sound. It's going in and out and in and out.
Whatever they say in standards.
Holy. I'll be pulling one eye back.
Sure wasn't there.
I know. Check out Charles.
Cheerleaders on.
Okay, are you ready? Michael Lunderman. Glenn Yellow Eagle. Harry Nightpipe. Michael Lunderman. Cliff Moran. Glenn Yellow Eagle. Ray Crow Eagle. Glenn Yellow Eagle. Roger Crow Eagle. Michael Lunderman. Raymond Crow Eagle. Jennifer DeBray. Troy Lunderman. Ray Crow Eagle. Jennifer DeBray. Glenn Yellow Eagle, Tanil Selwyn, Cliff Moran. Fourth from the top. Jerry Nightpipe, Sean Bordeaux, Glenn Yellow Eagle. Patsy Valandra, Jerry Nightpipe, and Raymond Crow Eagle. Patsy Valandra, Cliff Moran, and Roger Crow Eagle. Patsy Valandra, Jerry Nightpipe, and Jennifer DeBray. Micah Lunderman, Ray Crow Eagle, and Patsy Valandra. Tanil Selwyn, Roger Crow Eagle, and Robert Settlemeyer. Micah Lunderman, Robert Settlemeyer, and Glenn Yellow Eagle. Jerry Nightpipe, Glenn Yellow Eagle, and Sean Bordeaux. And that is it. Three.
We haven't.
I agree.
Aye.
So for sure Glenn, and then we voted.
Jerry Raymond.
You pick two. So we'll pick two out of Jerry, Raymond, and Micah. Is that how you guys want to proceed?
We could just pick one and then the top two that get the most votes.
You guys want to do that? How does council want to do it?
I think
Don't you have to pick two to fill the 3 seats? Out of the next, out of those 3 ties?
Glenn's already on there,
Already, so we only have two.
so we only need to select.
So if we just pick one, then the top two can get the, because there's 3 of them, right?
There is Micah, Raymond, and Jerry that tied.
Right. See.
Otherwise, you have to vote for them separately. So you either vote it for 2 now together or.
Cole agrees to pick 2 for the.
Yeah,
2 out of the 3.
put all 3 out, vote for 2.
Okay.
So we could just start another column next to it.
Okay, Micah, Raymond, and Jerry. And the top 2 will.
Until I run out of ink.
One paper?
You pick 2 here?
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah. Got beat up.
Wow.
Yeah.
Gee, this one Post-it's all greasy.
Oh, okay.
Okay, are you ready, Allison? We have Michael Lunderman, Raymond Crow Eagle, And this one just has Jerry Nightpipe. Okay, Ray Crow Eagle, Jerry Nightpipe. Jerry Nightpipe. Michael Lunderman. Michael Lunderman. Raymond Crow Eagle. Michael Lunderman. Raymond Crow Eagle. Jerry Nightpipe. Raymond Crow Eagle. Raymond Crow Eagle. Micah Lunderman. Micah Lunderman. Raymond Crow Eagle. Jerry Nightpipe. Well, it says Jerry, 2 votes for Jerry.
Just one.
Just one.
To share my 2 votes.
Jerry Nightpipe.
You say Jerry?
Yeah, Jerry Nightpipe. Michael Lunderman. Michael Lunderman. Raymond Crow Eagle. Raymond Crow Eagle. Jerry Nightpipe. Michael Lunderman. Raymond Crow Eagle. So it looks like the top 2 are Michael Lunderman and Raymond Crow Eagle.
Good job.
Any motion, anybody want to entertain a motion to see them? Motion by Wayne, second by Charles, question by Lila, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting? 1501, motion passed. Okay, we'll move on to the next one, Ethics Commission, we need 1 at-large member to be seated. To vote for 1 person. Hello? Okay, are you ready? Let's see, Carmen Whitehorse. Carmen Whitehorse. Carmen Whitehorse. Leah Running Bear. Carmen Whitehorse. Robert Settlemeyer. Leah Running Bear. Tanil Selwyn. Robert Settlemeyer. Robert Settlemeyer. Robert Settlemeyer. Carmen Whitehorse. And Carmen Whitehorse. Like Carmen got the most votes on that one. Any motions? Motion by Wayne to see Carmen Whitehorse on the Ethics Commission, second by Lila, question by Totes. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Opposed?
0. Zero.
How many?
4.
1204. Motion passed.
And for the record, I can't vote for a relative.
That's why I asked them. Next one we have is Treaty Commission. Looks like we need to select 2. How about post it?
Sorry.
Let's go.
That's okay.
Idea of writing. Okay, this is for the Treaty Commission. Are you ready? Oh, Tammy, do you want to vote for the Treaty Commission? Put it in the middle so they won't know. Okay. Fremont Fellis. Henry Quickbear. Fremont Fellis. Henry Quickbear. Fremont Fellis. Henry Quickbear. Fremont Fellis. Lee Afraid of Eagle. Henry Quickbear. Fremont Fellis. Henry Quickbear. Fremont Fellis. Henry Quickbear. Fremont Fellis. Henry Quickbear. Fremont Fellis. Henry Quickbear. Henry Quickbear. Lee Afraid of Eagle. Fremont Fellis. This one just has one, Fremont Fellis. The next one, Fremont Fellis. Lee Afraid of Eagle. And Lee Afraid of Eagle. Like Fremont Fellis and Henry Quickbear got the 2 seats for the Treaty Council. Motion by Wayne to seat Fremont and Henry, seconded by Lila, question by Totes. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting.
1.
1501, motion passes. Next is our hemp commission. Looks like there are 3 applicants. We need to select one.
Sharon?
Yes.
I just have a question. I know it's way later, but what do the numbers next to the name?
How many committees they sit on?
Because they're only allowed to sit on 2 at large.
3 or 2.
So is it all committees you can only sit on 2 if you're at large? So if there's already a 2 on there, then should they be on there? I was wondering, because I didn't know what the numbers meant.
You give them an option later.
Yeah, because
If they want to step down from one of the other ones?
I think on that next one, that number 3 applied for like 5 different ones, and then they were seated on 2 prior to this.
What is that?
so we just have to, as you know, it's just only right to keep them on there.
They applied for this.
So
So they're not eligible, right? Because they're
Yeah,
already
if
on.
she got selected for this one, then she would have to choose.
Okay, I just thought it would make her ineligible if they're already on 2. Thank you, that's correct.
Okay, so this one is for the hemp commission.
Anybody else, Lisa?
You ready? Kristen Thinnell. Kristen Thinnell. This one says Tanya Marshall, which is not on the list. Colleen Guru. Kristen Thinnell. Kristen Thinnell. Kristen Thinnell. Kristen Thinnell. Colleen Guru. Kristen Thinnell. Kristen Thinnell. Kristen Thinnell. Colleen Guru. Colleen Guru. And Kristen Thinnell. Looks like Kristen Thinnell has a seat for the hemp commission.
Move to see.
Motion by Emily to seat Kristen Thinnell on the hemp commission, seconded by Totes. Question by Bill, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Opposed?
There.
Not voting? 14, 2. Next, we have the TUC commission. Henry Quickbear, Glenn Yellow Eagle, and Tanya Marshall. Okay, are you ready? We have Henry Quickbear, Glenn Yellow Eagle, Glenn Yellow Eagle, Henry Quickbear, Glenn Yellow Eagle, Glenn Yellow Eagle. Glenn Yellow Eagle. Henry Quickbear. Henry Quickbear. Tanya Marshall. Glenn Yellow Eagle. Glenn Yellow Eagle. And Henry Quickbear. Looks like Glenn Yellow Eagle got the seat for Tribal Utilities Commission. Your motion to seat Glenn. Motion by Todd, seconded by Tammy. Question by Totes, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting. 2. 1402, motion passed. These next two, I think they were the only applicants for the SWA for districts 2 and 5. Huh? Make a motion to see both of them? Okay. Motion by Tammy, seconded by Charles, and question by Willie. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Opposed? 0. Not voting. 1402. And that is it for our at large. Hopefully we'll get some quorums and get some good.
We have a list for transportation.
Oh, yeah, he asked for, there's an at large position for transportation.
Yeah, tell me if I didn't sign up that way.
We don't council vacancy.
No applicants yet?
Yeah, this is,
Supposed to come to budget.
need to bring in.
It's on personnel committee. Wait, I'm sorry, Layla. Could you address Pete Cummings' contract?
Oh, yeah.
We could bring it on. Okay. Mike, did you have a question?
What's coming up next?
Resolution coming out of the personnel committee.
Okay, yeah, before we get off of this committee, if I could. There's been talk about the administration putting together a group of people to work on a plan to obligate the remaining ARPA funds. You know, we're running out of time. I think we can't wait until the next meeting to get something in place.
The treasurer reports is next. Maybe we can address that because there might be some questions on obligated funds or. I could have Wade address that in the report.
Are you going to bring that up, Wayne, at some point then? Is that? Bring it up. Okay.
Are we still under secretary's report then? I just didn't know.
There's
if she was
a resolution for Pete Cummings that came out of personnel committee, so I'm gonna pass it out. Lila said it needs to be addressed.
Yeah.
There you go. I just listed it. a number on that, 232.
Three.
T-shirts listed. Yeah.
Lila, do you want to bring this on as emergency and explain? I don't know if it went to budget and finance.
We try to, that's why we need.
Okay. Did you get a copy?
Oh, yeah, I did.
Okay.
Morning, council. Bringing on resolution for, a Brave Eagle Development Society for online training platform for the Rosebud Sioux tribal employees. And this will be online courses for all our employees. And Pete did bring this to Budget and Finance. We didn't get a quorum last Friday, but we want to start getting this out there. So he's going to be presenting online trainings, and you'll see on his consulting contract where he'll be providing all these different levels of personal development, leadership, just all kinds of good stuff. And eventually it'll go out to our membership as well. And reason for that is we want to help our membership and our employees obtain skills to help them with jobs. And we feel that would, excuse me, this would benefit our membership and our employees. So they will be able to get online anywhere and can have access to this training, because we don't have a lot of positions being filled. I believe right now we have like 30-some positions open, and we're trying to find positive ways to incorporate training to our people. And I feel that this is a really big venture for us as a tribe to start helping our people obtain these skills. And it'll be beneficial to them for applying for positions. Our employees and our directors, however they see, they can work with their employees as well. So if you want to take a look at it, I'm making this motion to bring this on as emergency legislation.
Motion by Lila, emergency legislation, second by Chris. Question by Totes, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
Opposed?
Yeah.
Not voting. 1501. Maybe a motion to approve. It's 2024 333.
333. Motion to approve resolution number 333 of 2024 333. Sorry.
We have a second? Second by Chris. Go ahead and read it into the record.
I'll go down to, sorry, my throat's really not well, but I'll go down to the fourth whereas. Whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council is authorized to appropriate for public purposes of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe available tribal council funds pursuant to Article 4, Section 1G of the Constitution and bylaws of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe. And whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe recognizes the importance of continuous education and professional development for its employees and enrolled members. And whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe aims to enhance the personal, professional, and leadership skills of its community through accessible online learning opportunities. And whereas Brave Eagle Development Society has proposed an online training platform that accommodates the learning pace of each individual, fostering a conducive learning environment.
Whereas the proposal includes 2 distinct training communities tailored to meet the specific needs of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe employees and the Rosebud Sioux Tribe enrolled members respectively. And whereas the cost-effective training solution offered by Brave Eagle Development Society presents a significant opportunity for both personal growth and community development at discounted institutional rates. And therefore be resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council hereby approves the implementation of the online training platform provided by Brave Eagle Development Society with the following provisions: training scope and access. Rosebud Sioux Tribe employee community full access to personal, professional, leadership, and premier membership levels at an institutional cost of $30,000 for 2 years. Rosebud Sioux Tribe enrolled members community access to personal and professional membership levels at an institutional cost of $20,000 for 2 years. Number 2, high road leadership training. A dedicated leadership training session for the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council at a cost of $16,200 cost is waived for high road leadership council training. 3, total financial commitment. The total investment for these training services shall be $50,000, covering program day delivery, facilitation, and ongoing support for the duration of the program. Number 4, confidentiality and compliance. All participants shall adhere to the highest standards of confidentiality and professionalism through their training. Participation implies agreement to the terms and conditions set forth by Brave Eagle Development Society. Number 5, terms and conditions. The online training platform is subject to the non-refundable purchase agreement, one-time payment policy, and specific user license for course access and content as detailed in the attached document. Number 6, governing law. These training services and related agreements shall be governed under the laws of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe. Number 7, authorization to execute. The tribal president or their designee is hereby authorized to execute all necessary documents to implement this training initiative. Be it also resolved that this resolution is enacted to promote the educational and professional development of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe and is in the best interest of the tribal community.
I just had a question. Since this didn't go through budget and finance, and we've been having all this discussion about the status of our funding and for future, I just wanted to make sure that we have a secure funding line item for this and that this
What was
is
the total amount on that?
50,000, the 16,000 was waived.
I was just thinking about this the other day, and no disrespect to bringing this on and everything. He did do a presentation, it was real good and everything. But this was a couple weeks ago, I think.
Yeah.
And after the discussion yesterday of the funding and whatnot, what's coming down the road and everything. I don't know if he had a time frame on this. That part I don't remember if he said it had to be done by a certain time.
We kind of wanted to start it as soon as possible, but I know yesterday there was discussion on funding, what would happen. But that's the other thing is how, Mr. Treasurer, how we would find funding for this. That's the issue that we didn't get to come up with that budget and finance because we didn't get the quorum. So.
I guess,
Sure.
just a thought was maybe, from moving here forward, maybe like budget and finance, we could create like, needs and wants list or whatever they call it, you know, kind of like what would really be essential and what maybe could be put down the road a little ways. Maybe, and this could be maybe tabled for the time being, maybe until, you know, maybe some kind of funds come. I mean, it's up to you guys, but I'm not saying we shouldn't do it. It's something positive and good for workers and what this guy's presenting and everything, but maybe we just table it for the current and then, you know, go through budget and finance and kind of put it on a checklist and say, this is essential. We really need to pay for this and this. This is kind of a, well, it's good, but maybe we could just hold off for a little bit till we get something built up or get a solid idea of what's coming, money wise.
Yeah.
So maybe it'd be okay with the table for now.
Motion by Bill, to table, seconded by Mike, discussion. Tammy, questions? All in
And I
favor?
guess, maybe we could, just kind of have a letter or something, just give to him. So he realizes our current situation, what's coming, and just let him know that we're not just kicking from the curb, kind of, so to speak. So
Yeah.
they see, realize, and I think he has an understanding of things like this too, of what he presents and everything, that probably budgets some money, and he's probably aware of governmental changes and that, he kind of see the big picture of it all. So.
I also, was asking, we can probably look at what training, budgets some of these programs have. And we'll probably have to go another route and see how many of them are interested in doing this online training. Personnel committee has, been really dedicated and working hard to find really positive ways to, help our people in the workforce. And this is one area, but we can probably also bring him in and let him know what's going on, but also look at those training budgets with programs. So I appreciate it, Council. Thank you.
And he's local too, so he'll be available.
Yeah.
All in favor?
I know there's no discussion on the tabling motion, but could I just add something real quick? Or after the vote?
After, yeah. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting. 1204, motion carried. Carried.
Thank you. Another chance. I was also thinking that it might be a good opportunity for him to kind of, yesterday we passed the motion with SRD. And for those of you that weren't here, SRD is going to revamp some of our manuals, a lot of our important manuals to be in alignment with
To make sure they coincide.
Part 200, and that's the accounting manual, and they included the HR manual in that as well. So his training can kind of tailor to that.
Thank you.
I just wanted to share that.
Okay, we'll go ahead and move on with Wayne's report, treasurer report. Did you have a question? Yeah.
Thank you, Council. Good morning. Hope everybody had a good night's sleep. First of all, the financial reports are just being done, so you should be getting an email here happening tomorrow. I need a couple of motions made today, and then I have 2 resolutions that need to get passed. The first motion has to do with LNI. Every year, because the rates of hotels get crazy during that time, council usually establishes the maximum rate they'll pay for hotel rooms. Last year it was $250, so I'm recommending the council pass a motion that stays the same this year. Maximum rate is $250 per hotel room. Questions?
But Mike,
Just some clarification in it, so we won't reimburse anybody more than $250 per night, right?
Correct, yeah.
so the motion would be that the lodging rates during L&I will be set at $250.
Yep, not to exceed 250.
Not to exceed.
Any more than that will be paid for by the lodger, right?
Anybody want to entertain that motion? Motion by Sherry, seconded by Lila. Question by Emily. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 13.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting.
Thank you, council. The other motion I'd ask that the council consider
Comes to LNI, no discussion of it.
would be a motion to reconsider and amend the tribe's general count and create 2 line items. One, a line item for community building insurance, and the other is for our PMO match. Community building insurance would be for $50,000, and the PMO match would be for $27,000. And then we would have to increase our revenues from our leases to cover that. Right now, the council the last 2 years have been paying for this insurance out of ARPA. But because ARPA is going to be ending, I think we need to establish an item in our general account so that we always have money to pay for. That's why I'm recommending to reconsider and amend the general account and include that as a line item.
Okay. So we need a motion to reconsider and amend the general account and create a line item for the building insurance,
Community
building insurance at 50,000. And the PMO match for 27,000.
Yeah.
And increase lease revenue by 77,000.
Yes.
Motion by Mike, second by Lila.
Why did we raise the rental rates?
Lease revenue.
Well,
Lease
Mike,
revenue.
if you recall, when we passed our budget, we didn't allocate all of the lease revenue.
Right, I understand.
Second by Lila.
Question?
Question by Sherry. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
2.
1402, motion passed.
That's it. So council, that amount for PMO is $27,778. And council, I have.
Mike is amended?
As amended.
Okay. Okay, I'm sorry.
Council, I have two resolutions that need to be passed, and they have to do with, the first one we're passing out is for the $7,800,000 climate agency, or climate pollution reduction grant that we received. We purchased electric buses and charging stations. This resolution does a couple of things. One, it accepts the grant. Two, it adopts the budget. And three, it delegates the RST board the responsibility of administering the grant.
Madam Chair, motion for emergency legislation?
Motion by Sherry for emergency legislation. There's a second by Totes. Go ahead and read it into the record. Oh, I'm sorry. Question. Question by Bill. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
2.
Okay.
Motion
And
to approve.
the number would be what, 334? Yeah.
Motion to approve resolution 24-334.
Second. By Mike, all in favor? Or I'm sorry. Jeez, just all over the place. Go ahead and read it in.
Okay, from the fourth whereas the Rosebud tribe was awarded 2 grants from the United States Environmental Protection Agency Climate Pollution Reduction Grant Program. One for planning purposes, which has already been accepted by the tribe, and some work has been completed in the amount of $371,750, and one to implement an electric bus, truck, and electric vehicle charging program in the amount of $7,800,000, whose budget is attached here too. And whereas the Rosebud Energy Services Company, RST, is a wholly owned tribal chartered corporation and a tribal organization within the meaning of Section 4C of the Indian Self-Determination and Education Assistance Act, PL 93-638-25 USC 53041, controlled, sanctioned, and chartered by the council for providing utility services. And whereas Resco stands ready, willing, and able to perform the work identified within the EPA awards, and be it resolved by the Tribal Council of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe. 1, the tribe hereby accepts the EPA CRPG grant award and the budget amount of $7,800,000 to implement an electric bus, truck, and electric vehicle charging program, and authorizes the signature on related documents. 2, the tribe hereby directs Resco to A, perform the work described in this grant, except any work that has been already completed, using the budgets as approved and during the timeframes of the EPA CRPG grants. B, continue regular coordination with the tribe's treasurer and energy team, and to provide a copy of all required grant reports to the tribe's treasurer. C, provide, does this need to include SID?
Good.
Okay, so the tribe's treasurer and Sioux Resource Development.
As amended.
To provide the tribal council with yearly updates on the implementation of the EPA CRPG grants, and to advise the tribal council on all further steps necessary for implementing the project, and to assume operations of existing distribution and transmission lines. 3, tribal council authorizes Native Energy Resource Council LLC, which is currently under contract with the tribe, to directly assist Resco in any efforts under the EPA CRPG grant or other energy team efforts, including the authority to represent Resco for such purpose. 4, the tribe shall consider the support of its energy consultants and other staff as provided to Resco to be an investment of the tribe in the startup of Resco's energy-related utility business. 5, the authorizations contained herein shall remain valid and continue in effect year after year until amended, modified, or otherwise rescinded by the tribal council. Be it further resolved by the Rosebud Sioux Tribe that the chairman, or in absence of the vice chairman or designee, is hereby authorized to execute any and all documents necessary to effectuate the intent of this resolution, and the appropriate staff of Resco may execute any and all contract documents necessary to effectuate Resco's management of grants from the USA EPA.
Discussion. Call for the question by Emily. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting? 1402.
Thank you, council.
Motion passed.
But the next resolution we have is for the tribal electrification program grant. That's the grant that's gonna build our energy production plant. $1,900,000. And while she's handing this out, council, I just want to reiterate what I talked about yesterday. With the new administration coming and any fund that are not obligated by contract are going to be subject to recall. I talked with our lawyer and lobbyist Dr. DC last night down. We met with some of the transition team, and they're saying that the new administration wants to see actual contract. So we have to have actual contracts with contractors that are provide the service before the new administration comes in, or the funds are subject to recall. And he said that all funds are subject, even our ARPA. So we have to get, that's why the thing that Mike talked about this thing has to be done right away, because we only have till December 31st to have actual contract in place.
Yeah, so what's the?
December 31st.
December 31st?
Yeah.
I thought you said November.
There's no 31st in November.
I just want to really, that's why it's important that we Get everything we can, we're official. Once you pass these today, we're gonna get copies of these to Andy for the TP and to Kathy on EPA for the EPA. That's only beginning. We have to go out and solicit, actually have a contract signed by contract. We only have a month and a half to do that.
Yeah.
Sure. Treasurer Boyd, do the contracts need to be approved by the council? Or because we chartered Resco, can they be charged with, the board charged with approving those contracts?
For that portion, yes, for these contracts here, Resco can do that.
Okay.
But for like the broadband and for the ARPA and all those other funds that aren't obligated, the council has to do that.
Yeah, okay.
And December, you guys don't meet much, so that doesn't give us much opportunity to have all these contracts together and get it to you guys.
Emily.
Because of that, I was wondering, kind of to Mike's questions, have we set some dates to have some planning meetings? Because the chatter online, and I know you can't believe everything, but it's like, you know, you can budget things, you can obligate them, but until it's spent, I think anything is up for grabs to take back. And so I would really like to see like what we have right now before we hit that December 31st deadline. So I just want to make sure that we have, I know we scheduled a meeting, but I think that was specific to something else. I don't think it was specific to our finances. Because I think things like even travel should be monitored a little bit closer, at least even for council. Like, for example, we might have a budgeted line item, but it's up for grabs on who's going to use it and how much. So I think we need to be a little bit more careful and wise in how we spend that, and maybe a little bit more strategic on even things like travel, like having caps or something like that.
I think right now it's a little too late to form actual work groups, but maybe budget and finance and economic development can get together with the treasurer and just have informal meetings and go over these contracts and get them up for approval right away. If that's something you guys want to work towards, I don't know if Wayne, you have a suggestion, or Sherry.
And if we do that and we don't get a meeting, would we be able to approve those by petition resolution?
Right.
We should be able to, because of the time sensitive, very sensitive on it. So
I know on the 19th, for economic development, we do have some of the 100 home stuff on the agenda. And we have some quotes from specific entities for some of the foundation work and site work. So that'll be forthcoming if the committee approves it.
and if you guys, you know, it's like we have a week here, but if you guys get together and get some contracts coming in, maybe we could have a meeting, you know, we meet on the 27th or have a special meeting in the early part of December specifically for approving those. So Wayne.
I just want to tell the council that, you know, those are just time slots to make the working group, you know, come together. And all council should feel totally free to show up to, you know, put their input in.
Any of them.
Because I know in the past it's kind of been shaky, but, you know, invite you all to come there for that. We need to all be together.
I agree. So after you pass this resolution, maybe we can set some times and be upon a work group, but with the understanding that anybody can attend.
Yeah.
But yeah, if you would, somebody could bring this resolution on the floor for the TEP grant.
Motion for emergency legislation?
Motion by Sherry, seconded by Tammy, questioned by Totes. All in favor?
1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Opposed? 0.
Not voting?
Yeah.
1502.
Motion
And the number is 334.
Fine.
Or 335.
35. Motion to approve 24-335?
Yes. Seconded by Lila. We'll read it in.
6, whereas, hold on, how many pages is there? Oh, geez, I'm a slow reader too. The last whereas on the first page. Oh, shoot.
That's fine.
Okay, whereas in order to contract for the available TEP award, the tribe's energy team, including RESCO, this day proposed an application and certain required documents as required by 25 CFR 900.8. as attached and incorporated by this reference, and recommends that the tribal council provide its approval. And whereas the tribal council has reviewed the award, proposed budget, and contract proposal application and related documents, and finds that the production of electric energy is central to the tribe's economic development goals, that the TEP provides an important catalyst for RESCO and the tribe to realize energy independence. That RESCO is best suited to assume and implement the TEP award, and thus the TEP is in the best interest of RESCO to the tribe and its members. Be it resolved by the tribal council of the Rosebud Sioux tribe that one, the tribe hereby accepts the grant award and the budget and authorizes RESCO to submit the attached contract proposal and TEP application in the amount of $11,800,000 together with the documents required pursuant to 25 CFR 908 on behalf of the tribe. Two, the tribe hereby directs RESCO to perform the work described in the contract proposal using the budget and the contract proposal and during the timeframe of the TEP grant. B, continue regular coordination with the tribe's treasurer and energy team and provide a copy of all required grant reports to the tribe's treasurer and SRB.
As amended?
Yeah. Provide the tribal council with yearly updates on implementation of the TEP and to advise the tribal council on any other, on all further steps necessary for implementing the project and to assume control and operations of existing distribution and transmission lines. Three, the tribal council authorizes Native Energy Resource Council LLC, which is currently under the contract with the tribe to directly assist RESCO in the efforts under TEP grant or other energy team efforts, including the authority to represent these interests and amending existing legal agreements for such purpose. Or the tribe shall consider the support of its energy consultants and other staff as provided to RESCO to be an investment of the tribe in the startup of RESCO's energy-related utility business. 5, the authorizations contained here shall remain valid and continue in effect year after year until amended, modified, or otherwise rescinded by the tribal council. Be it further resolved by the Rosebud Sioux tribe that the chairman or in absence the vice chairman or designee is hereby authorized to execute any and all documents necessary to effectuate the intent of this resolution, and the appropriate staff of RESCO may execute any and all contract documents necessary to effectuate RESCO's management of the grant from the OIED.
Thank you. Any discussion? Question by Emily? All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16.
Opposed?
0.
Operating
0.
1601.
Thank you, council. So the last thing that I recommend we do is we establish some sort of a committee to give that committee the direction, set some dates they have to be. Keep in mind that anybody else. And I know that the president in one of our first meetings was recommending a committee of maybe like yourself, the treasurer, the chairman of the budget finance, the council. But however you do that, should be done today.
Wayne, on the thing about contracts, what can you find out from your connections, exactly what they need to look like? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, that's the $100 question right now, Mike.
The best we can, I guess,
Yeah, and what I was told as late as last night is that, we're talking about doing MOUs. That's not gonna work.
No,
They want contracts.
actual contract.
And I said, even for the TEP grant, where, we're gonna build this generation plant. They said, yes, we have to have contracts with the people who are gonna actually build that plant. So that means we have to go out and solicit for the next couple of weeks, select somebody, and then do a contract. So there's a lot of work that has to be done. And it's really very, very confusing, Michael, because we were told that even our broadband grant is up for grabs. And in our broadband grant, right, we have contractors. We went out and solicited and we hired construction contractors, electrical people, putting them in all those, we have actual contracts in place. But yet the rationale now is that they're saying because the awards you're approved to start construction have not given to you yet, they're saying we may not have enough time to complete construction within the time frame that was given in our grant.
Yeah.
So they're using that as an excuse. So it's very confusing right now.
There's a lot of gray area here, you know.
A lot of gray.
You know, these resolutions, this resolution we just passed, for example, you know. I mean, it's well known, you know, that, anything that has to do with green energy, you know, is on the chopping block.
On the chopping.
EPA is under Christine Ohm's, oversight, right?
EPA is
Is a part of,
She's Homeland Security.
she's Homeland Security.
yeah, but is EPA under her?
They're talking about downsizing and moving EPA even out of
But
Washington.
EPA is, right now, I believe EPA is under her purview. Wait, I think I'm wrong, maybe.
I'm not sure, Mike. I don't know how to answer that.
But, you know, we need to be realistic about the expectations we have about these projects, and we want to be careful about committing any of our own resources, you know,
Right.
to something that the final analysis is going to, you know, go down the tubes. And I hate to sound like a Debbie Downer, but I mean, there's some crazy crap going on over there, you know, in DC right now. And, they will actually probably look at every contract. They'll look for any excuse, you know, to say that that particular contract is not, you know, is not fit.
But
So we really got to mind our P's and Q's.
exactly, but having said that, Mike, we have to try. We
Well,
have,
no, I know we have to try, right, exactly.
and we don't have much time, so.
Just proceed, we need to proceed cautiously.
I agree.
Pay attention to what's going on DC, so we can, not make any rash decisions.
I was just gonna make a motion to set that special working group in place, but I didn't know if we were looking for volunteers, or if we just wanted to leave it open for all council to join and have like administration. I didn't know how detailed you wanted to be in that, but I think we should get it.
Whatever is come up with by this committee needs to come to this body for approval.
Yeah, no matter what, but I was just wondering if we were looking for like volunteers or nominations, or if we should.
Well, that's why I
make
mentioned
that
maybe
specific.
bring it up under budget and finance or economic development, because it can be recommended to council if a committee gets a quorum. And I mean, then that's what we were saying, anybody can go to those meetings and be a part of it, but if we just, you know, have either economic development or BIA, or, I'm sorry, budget and finance work on it, at least they can recommend them to council for approval or petition resolution, so.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to do that, I recommend keep the president involved and budget and finance committee, vice president, president of budget and finance.
Treasurer.
The president, vice president of economic development, and the treasurer as being the actual group. But again, set some dates and everybody can attend. And the dates gotta be like Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, next week, maybe all 4 days, whatever.
Lila and Sherry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, with that group, there was discussion a while back about, having the, like Wayne stated with the budget and finance, the, president, vice president, treasurer, the chairwoman, and the economic development chair, and the social services chair, like a core group, and then however council wants to have that. That was a discussion we had back then, so we probably should get that committee together as soon as possible and move on with it because of the time constraint.
Make that motion and set some dates.
Yes.
Monroy.
This is okay. Some issues out there.
We're still on his report. Sherry?
Thank you. Yeah, I think that would be good, but I also would like to just invite those people that we named to the Economic Development Committee. The reason I keep saying that is because the ARPA money that the treasurer is talking about is actually the 22 million that we set aside for the 100 homes. So there's enough, I mean, there's barely enough there. There's more people that we can contract for the houses. I mean, you guys seen the contract we approved yesterday for the 15 from Dynamic OHDC's houses. We can contract them for more. Their houses are coming up pretty expensive, but the one good thing about utilizing OHDC is the workforce development piece. There's also some other options there for home purchases for different styles of that. And there's also the site cleanup and the foundation builds that have to be accounted for with that money. So with 7 million, that the last foundations that bid out, they bid it out at about $60,000 per foundation. And I think that money's gonna go quick, and if we can get all of those covered on the 19th, that might be all of that money. So I just wanted to let you guys know that, because this is a project that the former council had. And one thing that's very frustrating and has been frustrating to me on council is I got here and we set goals to do things, and then when the council changes, those things change and stop. And I would really hope that economic development, the housing portion of that, remains an important piece to this council, because homelessness is a big factor. And I know that there's concern and comment because people say, what about the poorest of the poor, the most needy, the needy of the needy? And this focuses on our working population. But we can't get an AG, and if we do, where are they gonna live in Valentine? When we get people in and we recruit people, there's no housing market here. And if we can move our people in towards homeownership, that empowers people, and it also frees up SWA homes for the needy, most needy people. So I just wanted to state that, because I don't want this to get lost in a panic, and there are things waiting that just need resolution to be brought to the floor.
You want to make a motion to have Econ Dev head up that working group?
Yes, I'll make a motion for that. I'll second.
Motion by Sherry, seconded by Tammy. Question? Go ahead. What?
Yeah, I appreciate what statement made, you know, but I really believe that we have to be realistic about I mean, we're at the 11th hour, and I don't know that we're going to have the wherewithal to carry out a lot of the things that were originally envisioned by, you know, unfortunately. I mean, I'm guessing that we're going to actually have to decide who is going to get these contracts. They have to be identified by contractor, by provider. You know, one thing about the homeownership thing is I remember that, I mean, if we're going to utilize tribal resources of any sort, you know, to assist in the homeownership thing, the only thing we can afford is the use of this ARPA money, and it has to be obligated and identified who's going to get this by the deadline, and how you're going to find the number of homeowners that are, you know, that are going to be helped, you know, within this time frame, the deadline. I don't know that that's going to be realistic at this point. I think so. I'm just suggesting we need to be realistic about some of this stuff. You know, some of this pie in the sky stuff. Excuse me for putting it that way. You know, is we missed the opportunity. It's just a little too late. So I just don't want to get bogged down in a lot of argument over, you know, whatnot, because, you know, that's just a waste of time.
Richard?
Thank you. I appreciate your concerns. I'm not necessarily worried about the houses getting mortgaged out immediately. My understanding is getting the contracts in place to purchase the house, and the model that that the council agreed on when Economic Development Committee presented is that the tribe would purchase those houses. So once we make the purchase, then we're the person that our members buy those houses from.
I understand that.
Okay,
I understand that.
and then, so getting them ready, I know that there are several communities that have vacant lots. And that might not be ideal for some people, but it could be ideal, because if we have to put these houses and spread them out into different communities, there's always gonna be options on where we can put them.
No, I guess,
So
yeah,
I don't think it's necessarily like we're past the point. I think we'll have time to get them out to people, and there are people waiting, but we've been waiting on the project manager for the 100 homes.
what I'm concerned about is actually getting the houses, let's say we're talking about houses, for example, they actually have to be, constructed, you know, within this time frame. Constructed, you know. That involves buying some houses and having them constructed and staging them someplace, because we've got all this other stuff to work out, the foundations and all that stuff. I mean, that's another, you know, and again, who's gonna pay for the foundation work, you know? And we don't even know where we're gonna put any of these houses at this point. I'm just kind of talking, you know, general terms. Not every house, when it comes to putting in a foundation, is going to be the same cost-wise.
Yes.
You know, and we don't even know where the sites are gonna. We know there are a lot of sites out there, but we haven't even identified which ones specifically we're going to. What's them? I mean, they're just you know.
And that's why it'll be
We
good
don't
to
have a
have
hell of a
the,
lot of time for, you know.
and that's why it'll be good to have the president involved, so she could direct her land office to start working on that. Because there are so many sites that are ready, they have existing structures that just need to be taken down. And that, a lot of that, I know you worked on the Sioux 400 project, you were a part of bringing that here. So, but a lot of those unfortunately are run down and not usable. So some of those could be optional sites as well.
I wish it was as busy today as it was then. I really do. But
Yeah.
today it's a whole different animal.
Well, we meet on Tuesday, so I just don't want you to give up hope.
Wayne, did you have a comment?
Yeah, and when it comes to, you know, we can definitely get the measurements for all those, and that's what was a holdup of why I don't know why 100 Homes director or coordinator hasn't been hired yet. But anyway, if that comes down to foundations, there's, you know, 3 concrete companies, and all they need is to know the dimensions, and they literally would jump in, I'm sure, on contracts to start pouring. And right now there is abandoned lots everywhere. There is the Keawakapala development already zoned for that kind of stuff. There's at TLE on Tuesday, we identified that when they were looking through their layers, they found 3 different areas that were already zoned and have clearance for THPO. So literally we can start, and there's like almost 30 home sites that could be developed. And so it's there. We just need to start identifying and going for it. And we don't have to be also hurried on the contracting for who is going to get them. The only thing that is for people that have gone through the process to actually borrow the money in whole. Well, then they can be, like you're saying, they can be superseded up the list. But we could very, very well, just like SWA did in the 90s, execute home ownership contracts so that they are leased to own. So it's not like it's impossible yet. We just need to start having directives. Thank you.
I think those lot cleanups too, because there's already the plumbing and infrastructure there. We're going off the subject. Can I get a question for Sherry's motion? Question by Wayne. All in favor?
Motion again.
The motion was to have economic development organize the working group and set the dates. We got a second by Tools. You seconded it.
Oh, Tammy.
Oh, Tammy. Okay.
I did.
And question by Wayne. All in favor?
1, 2, 3. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
6.
10-0.
So if I,
Wait, I just have a question before we start. Is there gonna be an issue with procurement if we're gonna be rushing these through? Or is it just contracts?
I think that we can get by procurement when we do the resolution, is what is the do sole source. So I'm sure we can get by it that way.
Okay.
But if I remember, if I heard things right, then the Economic Development Committee is just going to work this stuff, but we're talking about a meeting on Tuesday, right? So on Tuesday, anybody who wants to come, needs to come, so maybe we can get more organized then, but.
Right.
Lila. Oh, Emily, then Lila.
Oh, thank you. I just want to add to that because I think those are amazing plans. They have a lot of potential, but the reality is the timing of it. And so I would want to just go back to what Mr. Bolt said about if we are going to be going forward with this as is, then the conversation should shift to staging sites because there's no way that we are going to be able to get this many lots because what happened at Land and Natural the last time was our director of land office brought kind of a snapshot of some of these cleanup lots or the old Sioux 400 lots. And because they're Sioux 400 and because they're so old, everything has to be redone. You're talking about the water, the sewer, roads, the whatever. And so that's going to take time. If you want it free, to wait on the IHS list, like that's going to be impossible. If we want to have money to go for it, then I think that site should be identified like now. Not if you're talking about in the next year, still identifying sites, there's going to be no way to get that done, get the cleanup done. And so I'm just cautioning us, like, yes, we have those opportunities and yes, there's potential, but right now that isn't the reality. I've been on here for only a year and we're still not making that. So I just want to caution that if we are going to have these conversations, we're going to have to think realistically and maybe shift the timing of some of those things to after we get the actual houses here or something.
I love the mic.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also was, before Scott went out of office, I visited with him. We do have money to clean burnouts, those areas, and there's a lot of them. There's a lot of sites in each community that could be cleaned out real quick. There is money there. I'm not sure, Mr. Treasurer, how much is actually there, if it's still there.
Still there.
Okay, and we can start with that. And the other thing, I appreciate the economic development taking this on, but I also feel like it's, you know, with the importance of it and everything, how budget and finance, I feel like budget and finance should be that committee because we don't want any problems with any procurement situations. And, you know, it being there, maybe we can, you know, we'll co-collaborate with that. So we all are on the same page and we get these meetings as soon as possible. I'm very, very worried. I've been paying attention to the news and it sounds like, I mean, everything's just happening like popcorn, you know, people are popping up and tribes are going to be very affected. The money that we have and that's what I'm worried about. So the sooner we get these, we have, I'll be gone on the 21st through the, I think it's the 18th through the 21st. I'm going to testimony for the shelter. But somewhere in there, we have to get those meetings, even if we go make some special times and get those meetings going. So, but yeah, I just wanted to
Maybe even email a list of what contracts you guys are looking at.
Yeah.
Just to everybody, so everybody knows.
Yeah, so we can all show up. Thank you.
Mike.
Yeah, comments I made, you know, stem from my recent experience with, not recent, but my experience with house building up at OHDC, and then particularly with the units that SWA has, OHDC has constructed for the school, and the ones that were constructed for jail out there, for the police department. And And the one home ownership project that, we're involved in, and I'd like Wayne to jump in on this, you know, and, the amount of, consideration and work that goes into, you know, the home ownership aspect of it is, it's not easy. It's not easy, and I think Wayne can, we started on the effort for one home ownership, thing started, 3-4 months ago. And we have yet to begin construction.
My opinion, Mike, this is my opinion. If we're gonna build houses for people's home ownership through this process, we're just gonna have to build them.
Yeah.
The idea of us being able to work with this family and find that as they want.
That's all gonna have to come later.
All gone. So we're just gonna have to build however many houses we can and put them in the best places. And then people that wanna buy them have to just buy them where they're at. That's the only way we can make that program work. But the rest of the money, we do what we want to with it. Tiny homes or whatever. But I just wanted to comment here that a lot of you are gonna go to TBEC next week. There's TBEC going on next week. Also, a lot of congressional meetings next week. I'm not sure how many people are going to go to those. So, but whatever happens, this group has to meet Monday or Tuesday so that we have some authorization for this core group to proceed while these guys are gone. We need to come back on the 17th with all our recommendations. We have plan finalized, 27 plan finalized, 27 council to enact. That's why I bring this up, because a lot of people are going to be gone next week.
And as an example, Wayne, what I just said, the one home ownership project that we're involved in, how long did it take to find out that one of the requirements was a document that certified that the house was not going to be built in a flood zone? How long did it take to get that settled?
It took that process alone took over 3 months.
Yeah, one house in St. Francis, an established community. It took us 3 months to get a certification that that house was not in the flood. Now, I mean, and I'm not saying that now that we know how it needs to be done, the point is that you're gonna have to, if a lender is involved in this,
There's no lender.
they're gonna want a certificate that a particular unit is not in the floodplain. That's one of the requirements, you know, and so.
Is there lenders involved?
And that's just one.
No, there's no lenders involved.
Not until after the houses are purchased.
Yeah, right, but if you're gonna sell them to people, where are they gonna get the money to buy them? From lenders, right?
Yes,
Well, there's where the problem's gonna come in.
but that's not gonna hold up putting the contracts in place.
Right.
Yes, it will, because, who's going, well,
Well, it's Emily and then Sherry.
Thank you. I just have two quick things. The first one is, it seems like we might need a little bit more time than just the economic development, so I'm wondering if we can book off both Monday and Tuesday for these special meetings.
Yeah.
Blood and Natural did meet on the 4th, so I think they did meet for the month. If we need to reschedule, I think that could be done too. But I just wanted to, first of all, suggest that and see if we can get that. If everybody's okay with that, I'd like to make a motion to set aside both Monday and Tuesday for these meetings.
I'll second it.
Emily, can I have a question to Emily? Do you think we should do, the week after too, because like Treasurer Boyd mentioned, a lot of people are gonna be gone for TBEC. And, if we do the 19th and then the budget and finance meeting day on the 26th.
I was thinking the 18th and 19th, because I'd like some of these conversations to happen before people go to TBEC, because if this is gonna be our last chance to have.
TBEC is the 18th to the 22nd.
Okay, but either way, I thought that would be helpful to have it as soon as possible.
Go the 18th, the 19th, and the following week also, you guys, because this does need to be discussed.
Even a couple of days
We set
before
the date
council.
and Go with it for the 2 weeks, even into December, the first week of December.
I mean, you guys, anybody can work on it on the 18th and 19th, and when we all come back on the Monday and Tuesday before council, we can get updated and
Yep.
start getting some thoughts together. Yeah.
Back to the 27th, and it's something to go with.
The only reason I'm bringing it up is because yesterday when we were talking about scheduling that other special meeting, Sherry had mentioned that there was a lot of stuff that does need to happen at TUC because they haven't met, I'm not TUC, at, Economic Development, because they haven't met for a while. So I was hoping that we would have a little bit more time to have this type of conversation, which is why.
So Emily, do you want to schedule it the 18th, the 19th, and 25th and 26th?
Yes, that would.
Okay.
Also start on the 19th, early at 9.
Yeah, you guys can work that out. We'll just put these dates set aside for the working. Okay, so we got a motion by Emily, second by Toads. Question? By Lila, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Not voting?
0.
Opposed? Motion passed. Royal, do you want to make that motion to approve the treasurer's report?
Yeah.
I had one more
Motion
follow-up.
by Royal to approve the treasurer's report. Can I get a second? By Lila, question by Bob. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 0.
Not voting. We didn't get a motion to approve the secretary's report either. Motion by Bob, seconded by Bill, question by Royal, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting.
2.
Emily,
Just real quick, the second part of that, comment that I had was, when we have these conversations specifically about the house, if we can include insuring them as soon as possible and making sure that we have that in some of the budgets, because just working with SWA and as soon as house gets done, the longer they sit. I mean, we had one that just got renovated and that's what burned in Parmalee recently. They thought it was a vacant lot that had just gotten renovated and was getting ready to close a house of family. So I just wanted to list that if the sooner we can identify insuring them.
maybe you could make a list, just a list to target for discussions. They're going to take an hour for lunch. We have MRGB Consulting coming in, and then Dr. Warren will come in with so we'll come back in an hour. Totes.
I want to encourage everybody to go up to Diabetes, the Wellness Center. They're having their open house from 10 to 2 today.
Oh, I thought you were going to say go up there and run. I haven't ran for Totes since high school.
Sherry, are you gone all next week? Just on the 8th?
To be back on the 8th, because I'm flying out on Sunday, North Carolina, and then I'll be back on the 18th. And then, because I told them I have to be back for
Oh,
economic.
we can't meet for enrollment, because I was the only one from the last board, so if I come there.
I'm meeting Friday.
I know, but I won't be. Okay, so enrollment told me this morning is that we have no other officers, and so they don't know. People asked me to see if there's a date we scheduled before the end of this month. And I'm like, I don't know if Thanksgiving's coming up.
if you want to come get started, you want to introduce them, Skyla? Yeah.
Who's this lady here?
This is Skyla Fastforce. She is the health administrator.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Skyla Fastforce, the health director, and I do have some colleagues here that are wanting to do a presentation on a joint venture with the deadline of November 29th. So we're here. The slight overview that I wanted to discuss on the joint venture is I did visit with President Woodenknife on it, and her concept of it was to bring it to the floor and have council vote on it if this is something that we want to move forward with. So I have Dr. Warren here that will discuss the opportunities of the joint venture, and then I also have Chris Walker that will be doing the actual PowerPoint, so you guys can see it out how the layout is. Then I also have Dan Crew here.
I'll just introduce myself. I'm not really doing any of the presentation, but I've been providing support, facilitating this project for a while. My involvement was with working with some of the senators from here, who I happen to know, and talk about providing support for this, for Rosebud, for a tribe, for the possibility of having it possible through this joint venture program. Joint venture program, from what I learned a couple of years ago, nobody up here in this area really knew about it. The joint venture program provides you the opportunity to build your own hospital, your own hospital, without being on the waiting list. And that's what that's close to. Okay. That's what this program was about. It was initiated 25 years ago, and there were a number of tribes down in the Southwest that took advantage of it, built their own programs. Now, one of the advantages of this program is that you're given a salary package that's provided to the facility, to the program, wherever. You get that money's appropriated, and that's the real advantage of going through a joint venture. Now, there's talk about the 105L lease program, but that program does not have a salary package. And Chris will talk to you guys about the advantages and disadvantages of that. But again, what we were instructed to do by President Woodenknife, I assume we call her Kathy, but President Woodenknife, is to provide this information to you for you guys to make a decision what way you want to go with this project. But to me, in my opinion, what I know about this is a huge opportunity for us.
Mitaki api pilami ayolo Donald Warren imachi api hijuta wichasha lakota imachi api. Good to meet everyone today, and I've met many of you before, but not everyone, so I'll just introduce myself. My name's Donald Warren. I'm originally from the Medicine Root District in Pine Ridge, so from Kyle, South Dakota. I'm a family physician, and I've been working in Indian health for the last 30 years in various roles. I've been a primary care doctor with IHS, some of tribal programs, worked in Arizona and in the Dakotas, and really across the nation in various roles. I'm currently the co-director of the Center for Indigenous Health at Johns Hopkins University. And in that role with the Center for Indigenous Health, we work with indigenous populations worldwide, and certainly here in the U.S. Well, it looks like our Zoom got disconnected, looked like, but we'll try to get that reconnected. But I just wanted to share just some of my own experience and some opportunities to think about. Again, I've worked for Indian Health Service. I was on staff at Phoenix Indian Medical Center going back to the 1990s. And I was also on staff with the Gila River Healthcare Corporation in Sacaton, Arizona. And during that time frame, in my own experience, I didn't know anything about the policy issues or 638 or really differences between tribal and IHS programs. But what I noticed when I was providing healthcare is that as a primary care doctor in the tribal programs, I had a lot more tools available to me than I did with IHS. So as you probably know, Indian Health Service has kind of a limited formulary. You know, there's medications available that are largely just the older generic versions of medications. But then when I worked at the tribal program at Gila River, we had access to all the newest medications. And I was asking the administrators, well, why is that? And again, this is back in 1998, and they said that because under 638, they had a lot more flexibility. So that's what got me interested in trying to understand more about these opportunities for healthcare for our people. So just in my own experience as a primary care doctor, I felt like I had more tools available to me in tribal programs as compared to working for IHS, and I've worked in both systems. So just my own personal experience. But in addition to that, I've worked with a couple of tribes now that have taken advantage of the opportunity that, I think I have the code here. That's the code. That Dan had briefly mentioned that we'll go into more detail with today's with the joint venture. And just very basically what that is, you know, it takes decades to get a new IHS facility. You know, you get in the queue and it could take 40 years to get a new facility. And clearly we need a new facility here at Rosebud. So with joint venture, what happens is the tribe builds the new facility, but as Dan mentioned, then IHS is obligated to staff it in perpetuity. And that's tens of millions of dollars. So these opportunities for joint venture come up maybe every 5 years, you know, and there's no guarantee there'll be another opportunity again in 5 years, but that opportunity is in front of us right now. So that's what we wanted to talk about. And that's when we met with the president, that's what she wanted us to talk about, is just to give you more information on joint venture. So we'll talk about that and the process of it and answer any questions that you have. So because of the timeline being so short for the pre-application being just in a couple of weeks, that's why we wanted to give you the information so you guys could make the decision if this is something that you want to pursue, and we can just provide information. So Chris, maybe I'll go ahead and hand it over to you if you want to go through the slides, and I can just advance them for you. And I'll let you introduce yourself as well.
Can't hear.
You can't hear you, so.
How about now?
Oh, now we can hear you, yeah, okay.
Okay. I appreciate that heads up. The notice came up that I was still muted. So again, I'm Chris Walker with Tribal Health Alliance, and look forward to potentially working with you on this project as it moves forward. I myself echo many of the statements that Dr. Warren has just identified regarding the flexibility working under tribal directed programs versus the Indian Health Service. And my context has been basically in health administration and executive, CEO type opportunities, and the constraints that one faces within an IHS program around everything from the HR side to procurement, budgeting for yourself and things like this, to the robust ability under tribal led. So I'm a member of the Cherokee Nation and spent several years as the chief executive of the Cherokee Nation health system there in Oklahoma. That is where I came to know about the joint venture construction program. And the Cherokee Nation has successfully, over the years, had 4 joint venture projects that have been selected and moved forward that they actually constructed. And so we're just going to spend some time to educate. Yeah, go ahead to about the 3rd slide there, Don. And as Don and Dan have both mentioned, this is not an opportunity that comes up very often from the Indian Health Service. And they do have to wait for Congress to fund an appropriation to move this project forward. And this was accomplished just a couple weeks ago and was then announced by the Indian Health Service through this opportunity. And Dr. Warren also referenced the need to replace the facility presently, Rosebud's approximately 45 to 50 years old, and it is not on the IHS replacement list. That list closed in 1990, and they're still building facilities off of that list. And thus, years ago, Congress developed the joint venture construction program, which is a competitive process. So it is now open, and these next couple slides are referencing, you'll go back to that previous slide there. And I apologize, I'm not able to be there with you today because of scheduling, and actually I've come down with the flu, so I wouldn't have been traveling anyways. But part of the responsibility for the Rosebud would be identifying, answering various questions of why they should be deserving of a facility. And so it comes out in the who, what, where, when, and how you're going to do it. So here's some draft language that's been developed to respond to the joint venture application, which is phase one. And this is a very short time frame. And this document you're looking at here, which is turns out being a 2-pager, is what they require the tribe to put together, along with a scoring sheet that is very focused on, how bad is the need at Rosebud or within any community. So this really describes what we identify as the need for the growing population at Rosebud. When we look at your service population versus number of members that live on the Rosebud, the facility today is only built to deal with about 45 to 50%. So it's very much well undersized. So that's describing one need. In the second paragraph there, we felt it was important to highlight the recent federal court case that the Rosebud Sioux tribe won against the United States, which was again reaffirming the tribe's treaty right to health care, and that the court did find that the Indian Health Service was doing a very poor job in addressing those needs. Thus, with the joint venture coming available, this is very timely to push forward this opportunity for pursuing a new hospital construction and really what we call a replacement facility. So you can move on. And within this, we see the need is very many objectives, short-term and long-term, and those are there for you to identify. That there is a great need to continue to improve the inpatient facility, not to be just attractive to bring staff into the community to serve that population, and also looking at the potential in the future of how the management of the hospital services will be transferred over through an assumption in a 638 agreement to the tribe through the board that was established. Looking at increasing the local healthcare workforce and repurposing potentially the present facility, because you do not lose the asset that you have. Some long-term objectives would be just looking at accessing, improving healthcare services, the quality of the healthcare services that are provided, and that has been some of the information that has come forth in the last year from the patient services committee, looking at the vision of the delivery of care under the tribal operations. So we can move on to probably the next slide, which is the when. And so this is just a very basic description of the time frame of what we would anticipate. And these are time frames where the construction project you'd work with the Indian Health Service to develop various planning documents, looking at the need, the population, and then start the planning process to redesign a new facility. And so here we're kind of outlining that planning documents would be submitted in the fourth quarter of 2025, which in our time frame would be in the period of next July to September to October 1, because that would be the fourth quarter of that fiscal year 25. And these processes do have to go through the area office, and then they're approved by headquarters, and then we would finalize negotiations. And this is predicated if you wind up going through phase 1 and phase 2 of the joint venture. So today's discussion, this is looking at the whole process, but where we're at right now is just the phase 1 application process. And then the final thing is, once negotiations are completed, then you go into the construction. And the facility, if you want to go to the next slide, the where would be, looking at be constructed locally there in the Rosebud area. No specific piece of land has been identified at this time, but it is the Rosebud is centralized to your communities within the reservation. And, we know that on the elected officials, there's 20 communities. But when we look at IHS data and what makes up the service unit of the Indian Health Service at Rosebud are 42 distinct communities in 5 counties. So now how this occurs. The next slide. So understanding if you get through phase 1 and included in phase 2, then we would be working on developing and executing the construction project plan with the Indian Health Service. And this would be putting financing, the construction documents together that would continue to work through the approval process with the Indian Health Service to subsequently get to the project plan that will meet the needs of the community 20 years into the future. And that's pretty much how they request that a facility is designed, is not just to meet the need today, but to look forward based on the census population. And as I already identified, today, the Rosebud members are accessing a facility that's built to only take care of 50% of the population. So you want to proceed? So this just gives us more history about the purpose of the joint venture construction program. And this is really addressing and going through the congressional provisions of budgeting to where it identifies that there is a significant need in Indian country above the need that the IHS has already demonstrated in their present construction plans. And so this is winds up being a contract and agreement on the joint venture between a federally recognized tribe to construct the facility, and then the Indian Health Service comes back with a staffing package, and that's noted on, I think, on the next page for us. Oh, no. Okay. So here, yeah. So, and we'll get to this construction, the staffing package next. So what are the needs of the tribe? And one is to show that you have the administrative and financial capabilities required to complete the facility in a timely manner. You must expend tribal or private monies, not IHS funds, to construct it. And then you enter into a lease of a tribal-owned facility back to the Indian Health Service for 20 years. And they call this a no-cost government lease, but we'll describe that further, that this is just a pass through the staffing package back to the tribe to operate the facility. Okay, let's proceed. I know we're going awful fast, and this is a lot of information to go through. The announcement that came out a couple weeks ago talks about the process and participating in the joint venture program. So right now, it's only phase one, the application phase. And so these are just a few materials, documents that are put together, a tribal resolution, and then a 1-page or 2-page scoring sheet that we've predicated on various potential user population ideas. And so phase one is due to the area office November 29th. And so that's what is getting us the urgency to make a presentation to you to make the determination about passing a tribal resolution to participate in the joint venture program. And then one would go in, if selected, you would go into the final phase application and then the preparation of the various planning documents in the future. And these timelines are on another slide here coming up, maybe the next slide. So really there's 2 stages that I've mentioned about this process. There's phase 1, which is the application process, just to determine if the proposed project is eligible, and this is a competitive selection. So, tribes put their best effort in their initial documentation here, and then these go to area and then to headquarters, and then they are ranked. What we do not know is how many potential projects would be approved within this phase 1 to move to phase 2, or what they call the final application phase. And should the tribe be successful to enter the final application phase, then there's further documentation, financial capabilities, and we've engaged some discussions already, feeling very positive that we can move into the final application phase. Donna, if you want to advance these. So these are the time frames that are listed within the announcement that the Indian Health Service put out with their announcement about 4 weeks ago. And as we indicated, this is a phase 1 application that's due to the area office November 29th. The area office will review it for the next 2 weeks and work with the work group from the tribe to discuss any data or information that needs to be added to it. And then that is forwarded to the headquarters on by December 16th. You see that headquarters already has a team established and will be reviewing and ranking all of these proposals as the most needed and going down. And then they'll create a threshold of the score and will let those candidates know by December 22nd who's selected to go into phase 2. These dates and timelines do seem aggressive, but this does fall within their typical process in their joint ventures planning. And then the tribe, if you are selected, would have until January 20th to submit your whole packet. And then that would go to area office and then on to headquarters. And a tribe would know pretty much by early March if they are selected as an awardee of the joint venture construction program. So that kind of concludes the information here. And so here again, referencing the phase one application, which is the discussion today, is looking at the evaluation criteria and the weighting form, which we've completed several of those. And also then, if there's interest of the tribal council to pass a resolution, then that document, along with this 2-page who, what, when, where, how, this is all predicated information that Dan and Don and our team have been working on in Skyla's office. So we have a packet ready to timely submit on November, before November 29th, should that be a direction of the tribal council. So I think that kind of concludes our presentation. Yeah. And again, I know that's very high level, is a lot of information, and the members on our team have worked with tribes in the past, going through this process, and have been successful in working with tribes to actually eventually secure the award from the Indian Health Service. So I think Dan, Don, Skyla, and I would entertain any questions or ideas.
Yeah, and just a couple other points. In our region, Santee in Nebraska and Flandreau in South Dakota have both done joint ventures too. So you could get input from tribal leadership in this region. They've done that very successfully.
We also have the Ponca, Nebraska.
Oh yeah, that's right, Ponca as well. Yeah.
So our team is working with them. They were selected 7 years ago and are still trying to build the facility, but it's a very unique situation.
Yeah, so there's a couple tribes real close by, Nebraska and South Dakota. And then just one last point was that we have met with Senator Thune, and as you probably know, he's now the Senate Majority Leader. So there's some support there. Yeah. So just those last two.
Good afternoon and welcome. So our people just voted down to 638 our hospital. So if we were to go with this, does that mean that we have to 638?
No, you can do that and have the IHS manage it too. Yeah, so it's two separate things. Yeah.
And you're really pressing for this body to pass this?
No, we're sharing information. It's up to you. Yeah.
Because we need to take it to our people. They're listening right now too, but it wouldn't be fair if we did a resolution and brought this forward without sharing it with our communities and our people.
Mike.
Who are the principals in the joint venture?
Chris, who are
Obviously, the tribe is one.
Yes. Yeah, the tribe is the principal of the joint venture.
Yeah.
And who's the other partner?
The partner is the Indian Health Service.
I'm a little bit ignorant here. I don't know. When you say joint venture, that.
Yeah, it's IHS is the other. So
more than one partner.
Yeah. So exactly. So the tribe builds the new facility, but then IHS is obligated to staff the new facility in perpetuity, and you'd have a huge increase in
that's
employee.
where the joint venture is.
Exactly.
After the building.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Sherry, do you have a comment? Royal.
No, I'm still not.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah. So if the project receives approval, then what are our guarantees that the government or the Indian Health Service will, in the lease arrangements, will honor that lease, in perpetuity, or at least until the hospital is paid for, I guess.
Yeah, and there's many examples of joint venture.
That's a funding thing, the annual lease payment is a funding thing.
Yeah, many examples across the country, and they've upheld that end of the bargain in terms of the staffing packages. But Chris, I don't know if you had any other thoughts on that.
Yes, and joint ventures go back more than 20 years, and all of the tribes that have participated that are continuing to receive the staffing package, the new increased staffing package from the Indian Health Service. And so that is a congressional appropriation that would come to the tribe. And then in your relationship, if IHS is still operating the facility, then they'd be responsible to staff it, but they'd have the resources to do so.
Yeah, my question is directed at the cost of the building, you know, and retiring the debt there,
Yes.
right? Is that,
That would be a responsibility of the Rosebud Sioux tribe. And then entering into and working with the Indian.
what's the responsibility of the government then at that point in terms of honoring that agreement until the building is paid for?
It is the staffing package, the resources of the cost of the new staffing.
Yeah, when you say staffing, that means one thing to me, but as far as the lease payment, the money that pays off the debt, which the tribe's going to incur here, right?
Right.
That's what I'm
yes.
talking about.
And you know, for tribes that have gone through the joint venture and and the Indian Health Service is still providing the management operations, then you would have a lease agreement to cover your cost for your depreciation for your principal and interest, so you can meet your debt requirement.
Okay, so the lease payment is involved in the total agreement, staffing and everything else with the Indian Health Service.
That's correct.
Is that?
Yes, sir.
Are you, Mike?
Yeah, I'm not quite done yet.
Okay.
Can you give us an example of one of the other projects that might be comparable to what we're talking about here in terms of how has that worked out thus far?
Well, their tribes have gone through various processes to retire their debt. They've used the USDA or they've used a reserve and paid for the design and construction of the hospital up front, and then entered into an arrangement with the Indian Health Service. But they're the operator of the system. So I think today there may be one or two joint ventures that are still IHS operating, and we would have to research with them and get a report out for you.
Do you have any idea of what the rough estimate cost of the facility might be?
Approximately $250 million, and that to retire the debt would require about $1 million a month or $12 million a year over a 35 to 40 year note.
Okay. Yeah, that's the kind of specifics I'm fishing for.
Yeah. And those are not those are great questions. I certainly appreciate that. And they don't, you know, that's not something you're obligating your community or yourselves to in phase one.
Right.
And that would be later. You know, you could get in a situation where you just couldn't come to terms with the Indian Health Service and choose not to participate. That's even an option in the future.
Yeah, well, we have to, we at this point, we need to be curious as to what might happen, what
Yes.
could happen if, you know, if we get to the point where, you know, I mean, what's the point of going through all that if we ascertain that maybe that we can't afford this?
Right.
You know? So, who, in one of the other projects that you've been involved in that you're familiar with, who provided the financing? Was it commercial banking or a combination of government?
Yes, there's a combination of government financing and bank support. That's usually through a USDA loan, where USDA will do a guarantee of 50% of the debt, and then they
They guarantee typically 15% of the debt?
they can loan up to $100
I mean,
million.
if you get that far,
Yes.
okay.
Yeah, and so we've been in discussions with a guaranteed lending specialist that work with tribes on financing. And today, there's no requirement by the federal government on a facility like this that USDA could not fund. But it would be a blended funding where USDA is putting up a piece of the money and then they're providing a banking institution, multiple banking institutions, a loan guarantee to cover the balance of the debt.
Okay.
Or you can do the Ponca tribe is actually looking at possibly doing a bond or some other type of carve out financing for their project.
Okay.
And there's new markets tax credits as well, right, Chris? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, now that's really interesting. Now, how feasible, realistic is it to be planning along those, in terms of bond financing, that sort of, because I do know the tribes can issue bonds, but tax exempt bonds, I mean, particularly.
Mm-hmm.
Has there been?
And in the matter on your tax exempt bonds, are they state or federal or both tax savings to the purchaser of that debt? And the other is with USDA and their lending and a blended rate between a bank and the USDA. Their terms are usually much longer. And if the tribe had the capacity through and I would see in several years, you may look at the operations and use third party out of the program to retire the debt and actually retire the debt sooner than later.
Yeah.
Okay. The tax exempt aspect of it, I think the tribes are eligible for that. They qualify that much like any municipality in the United States does, right?
Yes. So you have that advantage, and then you have the advantage with USDA where they're providing a loan guarantee to the lender of about 80%. And the other is not something we highly recommend, but several tribes do use this process, and that is just to go out and develop a bond package. But the upfront cost of a bond package for legal counsel and selling the bonds, managing those bonds, is usually significant.
Yeah, that costs money. You realize that.
Now you said it. That's right.
Yeah. And
okay, thank you.
Yeah, I think it's important to remember the phase one application is non-binding and it gives some time to get more information from other tribes that have done this. So yeah.
Royal.
Today was in the British administration, they don't even work for the teacher. Now go you work like up, you can't hit that guy. Is that way to chow? Yeah, then Taku, yeah, also okay. Yeah, when we know Pala, or you copy, you can't hit that guy. Let workers in. We chow happy now, or cruise it to that. Try blue yes, doctor. I don't want to take too much time, but I want to say that even the ones who've been on this body, we look at you showed us the case that Rosebud Sioux tribe won, and so as far as that case, and then we talk about Oyate and not changing the compact or doing all this, but the facility itself. I've said this before, and I want to say that talking about money, and then we talk about, I've said before that doctors and pharmaceutical companies, they need sick people. In order to have a job or have a purpose. Oh. So in our minds, we think that we're colonized, that we get sick, what's it gonna heck that guy? Yeah. we go to the hospital. A lot of the healthcare that our people get, I take this thing. And the medication, things like this. But I was talking in the health board committee that federal law, when we talk about that case that has been won, has anybody moved it forward with anything that has been awarded with Rosebud Sioux tribe in that lawsuit? And when we talk about lawsuits, we talk about health care. Helps or Scumpy as Lena Moscow. We talk about money. We talk about our tribal members. Ashley, questions I had was how long was this venture available, and then it's coming here. We have that deadline November. Lila Isamiche, reactive tribe. We wait till last minute. Na tako gashi na oshkampolo. Oh. Me work to me talkie. I told the health board that federal law attorneys, when we try to interpret federal law, when I went to a law symposium in USD, there was Gonzalez and different attorneys that were on the panel and interpreting federal law, and they were writing briefs on the treaties, how the 51 and 68 differentiated from every treaty ever made, land agreements in every treaty ever made. So in my mind, we won that law case, so there should be a brief written on that. There should be briefs written to explain to federal judges about our atrocities. Federal law, we got attorneys that can write briefs to explain to federal judges. I know I went to a chairman's meeting, and Pine Ridge had a attorney who explained the bad man clause in the treaty. The superintendent has one, and then there's a federal one. So when we talk about treaty, federal law, brief, even the lands we lost with Knight, Governor Knight, and the Supreme Court, and tax, land tax, Ichuboki, brief, federal law, we I asked about trying to contract somebody who understands federal law to write briefs. So when we talk about money, a lot of these things we can find out how we can move on all these cases, how we can request things from the federal government.
Emily. Hello, good to see everyone again. So I have a few questions. I'm going to sit so I can read from here. The first one is kind of along the same lines about the timing of the presentation here, because this is the first time that I've heard about, guys coming today. And it would be really nice to know that there's been work behind the scenes, maybe even seen the application, maybe seen some of these types of things before in front of us, because this seems like a very, very big decision, an important decision that we shouldn't feel rushed. And I feel very rushed. I feel like this is very just thrown at us with a deadline and everything. And so I would have hoped that, or I hope that this is an indication of how business will be ran if we do choose to move forward this, because we do now have a very active health board. I'm very proud that we've met every meeting since we've started our new administration here. And to know that this isn't even brought to committee level is very concerning right off the bat. So that would be my first concern there. The second concern I have is, if we're not going to 638, and it doesn't seem like you guys did your homework, because it sounded like you'll still have to check on if we're going to remain underneath IHS, what that looks like for us. So that's a little bit concerning to know that we're putting an application in without doing that research about our current situation. So that's another thing. A third thing that I'm concerned about is along the conversation of 638 have these conversations about what is our vision for our healthcare? What do we want for our people? What do our people deserve? And from what I've been sitting here for over a year, we still don't have anything close to getting that. And I'm worried that if we're not going to compact and we're going to keep under IHS and we're going to go through and build this brand new facility, how are we going to retain or regain lost services if our plan for the money that we're going to be getting to hire staff is to use some of that money rather than hiring full staff to pay off the loan? So it's a bit very concerning for me to think that how are we going to meet these needs of opening services or improving services or having a better facility that meets our needs of our full people if we're going off of old data, if we don't have the census numbers, if our service areas numbers are not accurate, we're just kind of locking ourselves into this thing. And I've said this, for over a year now, and I don't see any of these answered. So those are questions still and concerns still. I have one more here. I think I lost my, it had to do with, are there any financial kind of restrictions or anything that we need to be aware of? Because I know when we talked about 638 compacting or contracting, the tribe had to have been like good audits for 3 years and things like that, and we are not in that situation right now. So will that have an impact on that? Is it even worth going through until we are in that kind of good financial? I have a few other questions, but I think that.
Yeah, and first one was on the timeline, and it's a IHS timeline. I don't know if Dan or Scott, if you had anything to share, just that that's what the IHS timeline was.
Well, pretty good. The relationship that we're trying to build here, hopefully you're trying to build with us, is this indication of what we should be expecting about just getting all this information through that last minute, not having, time to kind of read things or soak things in and be expected to make a decision?
No, again, that's reflective of the IHS timeline for the joint venture. And we did have a meeting with the president a couple weeks ago to share that this is something that we could discuss with the council. And she recommended then that we come here to discuss with you. But we don't control the IHS timeline for these types of opportunities, unfortunately.
I was just concerned. I think Skyla's come to health board a couple times since then, so it would have been good to hear.
I have Royal and then Sherry.
How about the financial? I'd love to. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah. And Chris, any thoughts on that? Just because I know for what you're talking about with the compacting, you do have to have the clean audits for a number of years. But Chris, on the financing for joint venture, any similar considerations?
Royal.
Oh, you're on mute, I think, Chris.
There we go. Okay.
There you go.
So, great question. The audits will be looked at because they're a requirement for if you do USDA lending would be a financial feasibility report. And so that would be yet in the future as part of the process to secure your lending package to move forward, given if you were selected. And so historic audits would be looked at, but it's not looking at audit findings as much as looking at how the tribe manages the resources they have.
I have some more, but I'll let answer or ask.
Royal.
Yeah,
Sherry,
I wanna make a motion to have the Attorney General draft those briefs. So my understanding is when they read a brief, like the attorney in Pine Ridge, she took these interpretation that a federal judge, when they took a brief, they explained to federal judges what spells out in the bad man clause, and then the help said the federal judges, I believe they understand, they interpret, because we don't want nobody interpreting it. The Attorney General can write a brief. Now, I don't know if how they submit that to a federal judge to approve. On the IHS Rosebud lawsuit treaty, write a brief on that, and then also write a brief on the Knight versus Rosebud Sioux tribe. I want to make that motion. Also, we talked about this already, about the legal counsel on the health board, because that was needed a long time coming. But I want to make that brief for the Attorney General to write those briefs. I believe they had the federal law training. Is that part of the contract of hiring the Attorney General was to have that federal law understanding to interpret the federal law.
Who specifically do you want these briefs written for?
Well, I was told that Kidder is part of that Peebles and Kidder, but then I have another understanding that, because she did the brief for the law symposium at USD and Armershine and all them at the Nuts, and then she wrote the brief for the federal judge, telling them what the 51 and 68 treaty versus every other treaty ever made in the United States. 51 and 68 is a peace treaty, no land agreements. So when you write a brief, you explain to the federal courts what the difference in the treaties are. So you have to understand that federal law trained. So is our attorney, I don't know, Kidder's still part of that.
Oh, yeah, we could have our assistant attorney write it too. Tammy, did you have a comment?
I have a question. Our attorney general isn't licensed in the state of South Dakota yet, so I don't think they can practice in our.
We have our assistant attorney general that can probably be tasked with writing those.
The firm that's on contract that has reciprocity.
Federal
and state and tribal.
I don't really care about tribal laws would be great.
I know, they're barred in all.
Federal law, like this lawsuit, things like that.
Okay, Royal, your motion is to have the attorney general, do you want to put, or assistant attorney general?
Yeah.
The firm is called Peoples, Bergen, Schultz, and Robinson.
Okay.
Second motion.
Draft a brief on the IHS, or RST v. IHS lawsuit and RST v. Knight.
Knight versus.
Or Knight versus RST.
I'll text it to you, Nicole.
Okay. Who seconded that?
Sure.
Sherry seconded. Question by Emily. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Oh.
And we have Sherry and Mike.
Thank you. I just want to remind the council that council rules of order, when we get the floor, that we should stand. That'll also help Madam Chair know when we're done speaking. So I just wanted to ask if we could respect that and please do that.
Thank you.
Yep, the question that I have has to do with the joint venture with IHS. So let's say we go forth and we get selected, because we're not selected, right? Even putting in an application by that deadline doesn't mean that we're going forward and fully agreeing. Okay, just wanted to clear that up. So if we do get selected and we decide to go forth with the scenario where IHS retains services and we don't compact, who then is in charge of the build? Who has the say-so over how the hospital's built? Will it be us as the tribe, or will it be IHS?
Chris, any thoughts on that? Could you hear the question okay?
Yes, I heard it. Thank you very much. And the requirement under joint venture by IHS is for the tribe to design and construct the facility. And there are planning tools utilized architecturally that help this process. So they're designing a hospital and a clinic services to meet the demand needs within an Indian-driven facility, whether it's operated by IHS or operated by a tribe.
Okay, and my second question is, as far as the 20-year lease, is there a ceiling rate that the tribe is able to charge IHS? And you did mention that there would be separate appropriations in your slideshow. Is that separate appropriations something that's a little too risky, or?
Well, there's the staffing package appropriation
Okay,
that comes.
okay,
And then,
I misunderstood that.
yeah, and then the Indian Health Service does lease space from tribes, and that comes out of yet another budgeted line item.
Okay. Is there a ceiling rate or a cap on what we could charge IHS
Typically, it would be if you're familiar with fair market value of rental space in a medical setting, then the tribe could have a fair market analysis done that comes out. It's going to cost you so much a square foot to use our building and enter into a lease with the agency around that.
Okay. And on the other side of that, sorry, Madam Chair, just one more question. Okay. If we did go through with the compacting, in that scenario, how would we recoup money to pay back our lien or loan?
Well, okay, great question. And understanding this process of a joint venture, the occupancy of the building is probably still 3 to 4 years away. Okay, so a lot of dynamics and changes could occur in that period of time. But back to your question, if the tribe were operating as the tribe would be operating the services there, then the expectation would be a portion of the third-party revenue would be obligated to retire the debt. So there's not a resource coming from tribal government or other communities to retire that debt. And how that, given the resources IHS has today, they would not have the capacity to do that. But with the increased staffing package, and you're looking at like 200 new staff, so, that's millions of dollars that today the present facility is having to use third-party revenue to cover staffing costs. So the new staffing dollars replace third-party commitment to pay for employees. And that actually opens up the opportunity. Well, it opens up the reality that your ongoing third party at $1 million a month has the capacity to close that debt. And I think in our analysis of and we've not made any other further request of IHS in about the last year when the previous council asked us to stop looking at the 638 process. But you look at the IHS facility today, and it's generating outside federal allocations, it's generating about $30 million a year in third-party revenue. And when tribes assume operations, you typically see that increase by 18 to 22%, maybe 25%. And, given you'd have new resources, returning some services that have been closed down for years. And we've done a presentation last year where we looked at what new services being brought back, what bottom line that would contribute to third party that you could book to a reserve to retire debt. So, coming from an operations background and looking at third-party revenue of potentially $50 million in the future any given year, and you're committing $12 million to retire debt is a very feasible, logical thing to do to get a new facility. And so hope that answers your question.
Yeah, it does. Could you create something for us that we could share with our community members that kind of shows that? And I'm not sure if you have data from IHS, the accurate numbers from our local IHS. That would be really helpful for us to make a decision as well. Thank you.
Yes, we do have and Daniel, remember we developed it's kind of a one-page document that shows operations under IHS today, and if the tribe were operating it in that same time frame, and what other new resources you would be garnishing because you operated. And what those are is there's a 105L lease, there's now contract support costs, your indirect cost, as you take on that program, you'd receive additional funds to support your the team to provide the services. And then now there's been, and we've not done education with you guys around this, but recently there was a lawsuit won by the tribes where now third-party revenue generated by a tribe is eligible for contract support costs. So now that would be adding an additional millions of dollars a year. If you're looking at 30 or 40 million, that potentially could be $3 or $4 million a year for managing that third-party revenue. So there's a lot of upticks financially with the health system managed under the tribe that IHS can't generate today because they only get appropriations. And I think that's about a year old or year and a half old document that we had done at a presentation in the past with a previous tribal council.
That it? Okay, Mike, you're next.
If we get to a point where we might be selected, based on our selection, is the IHS then obligated to lease this building from us?
If you're selected as an awardee and you mature the documents and you build the facility, then IHS has the obligation to pay those resources.
It's a joint.
Okay, fine, but the reason I'm asking that question is, so how does the current operation of your facility play into this? I would think that they'd want to that building would almost have to be obsolete, wouldn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Do you see where I'm going there?
Yeah.
I mean, if this building, a facility up here, if the IHS retains the authority to make the decision, oh, we want to stay right where we are, we'll lease that building from you, but not a new building. I mean,
yeah, that's
I'm going everywhere here because
Yeah. Well, you're bringing up issues of how well will we trust the Indian Health Service and the federal government in the future, and
yeah, sure. Recent support is we won this court case in the Supreme Court. It just said that they had to deliver services. It didn't say whether $5 worth of services or 5 million. So.
I know that's right. Yeah, and but the decision process, if you move to the final phase, and in the final phase, they'll select. How can I say? They'll stagger this, so they'll have their top 10 projects. They'll be working with those tribes to finish their documents, and this is what they've done in the past, where they've selected like 15 or 18 projects, but then they only started working with projects 1 through 7 with those tribes, and then in a future year they started working with the others. They got behind the curve and unfortunately, told these other tribes, you're going to have to recompete in a future process, and that was a process previous to this one. So we would, hopefully they've learned that they shouldn't do that, but I think they were just getting kind of aggressive. But they will typically stagger those and award 5 to 7 projects, and then say year 2 they'd start working with the next group of tribes, because they know these projects, it's going to take a year to design, it's going to take 2 years to build a facility, unless it's a very small, but something like what we're looking at for you guys, a hospital takes about 2 years to build. Cherokee Nation's rebuilding their hospital in Tahlequah right now. and their last joint venture was the ambulatory care program in Tahlequah, which is just a significant, it's a gorgeous, gorgeous place. And really, I just can't stress enough what a joint venture has meant to a tribal community in improving access to care and addressing health disparities. It's just phenomenal.
Right. I understand that one positive aspect of this proposal is it fast tracks up our path to a new facility, as opposed to right now we're gonna get in line like everybody else, and who knows when we might get this current facility replaced under the current process. So.
Yeah.
Process does have that, that appeal. Now, my second question is, this is just in the application stage, and we don't really have to make a commitment until the point where we're picked, in my mind. Now, my question is, how much is it going to cost us to get to that point? Who's paying for this?
Well,
to get us to that point.
So the application phase is just a 2-page document. That's the who, what, when, where. They say it can't be more than that. There's a tribal resolution. There's a weighting scoring page that's already been developed. So there's very little cost from our team to put that together, and then that just goes to the Indian Health Service.
Right. I asked that question. I assume there's going to be some amount of legwork, and who's going to do that legwork, and what's that going to cost?
Yeah, and it's not been a lot of time utilizing Skyland, Dan and Don and people on our team. Maybe 20 hours of work or something like that. It's not much.
All right. Yeah, we're at a point where we have to start watching our money. That's why I asked that question. Thank you.
We got Totes and Emily.
So this is just the first phase, the application, applying for it. Then we'll go from there. But from here on out, this is huge. This is really important. This goes to our administrators, Skylar. The very minute you guys started discussing this should have been at this table also. Instead of waiting till the deadline's on the 29th. The very minute any of this was discussed with any administrators, anybody, it should have been brought to this table too, and we should have been talking about this with our people. Things shouldn't be rushed with us. Because it's not only, we're always in a crisis mode, but this first step is just the application process, which we can do. Wayne's sitting over there like, oh my God, but we got to make sure everything's done right because this is for the people. So phase 1, just the application to get our foot in the door.
Yeah, exactly. So non-binding phase 1 application, but actually in previous discussions, when we were having 6-8 discussions with this body and over the last couple of years, we had talked about joint venture as an opportunity that's been available in the past. We didn't know if IHS would release the opportunity again, but that has been discussed here and it's recorded in whatever tribal council meetings that we have been at. Everything we've talked about has been in open meetings and recorded on your YouTube channel. So we have talked about joint venture in the past as an opportunity that IHS has had, but we didn't know if they would come out with it again. So it has been discussed.
Thank you.
Do you want to respond to it?
Yep. Good afternoon, everybody. So, I understand where this is coming from, but when this joint venture application came out with, and it's not pointing fingers, but it's just, to put, light to shed a little bit of light as to the joint venture. And, I for one, deal with a lot of tribal members on weekends, how they, especially during winter time. And I told this to Kathy that, President Kathy, that this is an opportunity for us to, jump on because we don't know how much longer that hospital is gonna last because when there's so much snow on the roof, it's leaking, they have to move their patients or the pipes are breaking, everything's so old there. You know, they moved the old hospital and built that new one stuff, but October 7th, I believe, with Emily being the health board chair, the email that Eric Emery sent her that this joint venture application is here and that we needed to get on it, discuss it, because this is an opportunity that the tribe couldn't miss. And it's my job as a health administrator to jump on these opportunities for our people because it's in my orders where I develop stuff that meets the needs of our people. And I believe that, you know, this is an opportunity for our people, that this is something that we jumped on, and it's really hard because we are pressed about time on certain things. And it's unfortunate because we have to wait for committees or we have to wait for whoever the president is here to come to the floor to discuss something this big. But in reality, this is just a pre-application that we need green light to move on. It's not saying we're money forward or anything, but we need to just get our foot in the door. And Royal talked about that case, and it's really tough because you have to go through all these channels. Me, I'm the type of person that I'm a go-getter. If I have something that I want to do, I'm gonna go get it. I brought the detox here, now I'm bringing a cancer center here. I don't want to waste time, and this is an opportunity for our people. And if it's an opportunity for us to make change, let's get this pre-op, you know, the green light to go after this opportunity. Then if we're selected, in between there, we have time to take it back to our people. But in the meantime, let's just not, I mean, to me, if I was at this table, I would like to take, you know, give the opportunity to go after this application, but then still at the same time, I would take it back to my community. I mean, that's how I would see it. And we just need to look at the opportunity that's gonna come every 5 years for this type of opportunity for a different facility. So I just hope that this body can support our endeavors here because it's really a once in a lifetime opportunity that comes for our people. And I'm the one that gets them. I'm sure you council people get them, but our people really suffer, you know, just because of the poor facility, that structure that's there. And you know, I think we want to do what's best for our people and to make everybody's accommodations what it needs to be. And I think we need to start off with taking the opportunity there so we're not banging our heads against the wall trying to look for money here at the tribe, and especially with Trump in there, who's to say what can happen. So, I mean, that's just what I'm asking from this body. Thank you.
And Emily and Tammy.
I'll make the motion for us to do phase 1 to fill that application out. But Cher mentioned something earlier that she'd like some information to take back to the communities. So we would like that. So that way, in the meantime, you know, while we're doing that phase 1, the process, the application, we can take the information back to our communities and explain everything to them. And also some information from the other tribes who have already started this and gone through the process. So I'd like.
Motion by Totes, seconded by Mike, question by Tammy.
I still had a question.
Oh, is it pertaining to the motion?
Yeah, that's what we're discussing, right? Is the motion.
We have a second, go ahead. Can you please stand?
I just wanted to have a quick conversation, or maybe you can give us kind of something that Skylar just said about, because we are going to be under a new Trump administration, is there any potential that this could change, that the money could be called back, that this might not be the best timing? And also for our administration up there, is this the best timing to go in $250 million debt because of the, 30% or higher budget cuts that could be coming? So I had that question. And then the second question that wasn't answered the first time, I just want to ask again, because the tribe hasn't had the opportunity to do any strategic planning or get a plan or a vision together as a plan, could you guys give us a little bit of insight in what your vision is? I think one of you mentioned addressing health disparities, that this could help do that. So I'm just wondering if you can give us a little bit of insight of the vision that you see and how this could do that without having any, knowledge of the tribals' wants or needs or vision.
Yeah, so just think of a couple questions in there. One, with the new administration, I mean, I don't know that any of us can predict exactly what's going to happen under the Trump administration. I do think that having Senator Thune as an advocate for this project and as Senate Majority Leader is in our favor. But to predict exactly what will happen, it's impossible to do at this point. But I think just in terms of timing, at least, the phase one application is non-binding, so we'll have to see what happens in future budgets. But I don't know that any of us can predict what's going to happen there. Then in terms of addressing health disparities, I know one of the big challenges and what I've heard from many people here, the fact that we're not delivering babies here anymore, some surgical procedures that used to be done here, they have to be sent off now. That's not acceptable to our people. And the facility, as described, is really not adequate to grow. If anything, trying to replace services is challenging. So the way this addresses health disparities, again, with all those new positions, we can include
Using the funding for the new positions to pay the debt.
No, that's separate. So those appropriations for new positions, but they generate third-party revenue. So if you have an obstetrician and you have a patient who's on Medicaid, the appropriated dollars for that position is paying for that person, but that individual is generating third-party revenue. So if I'm a physician, if let's say I get hired here under this new staffing package, that's okay. I'm hired under this new staffing package. I'm paid for by the appropriation by that joint venture, but I'm going to generate revenue for the health system when I see patients. So that's what we're saying.
So I guess the concern that I have that is at what point do we get to address that? Because right now we don't have OB, we don't have doctors, we can't retain them, we can't bring them in. So I'm still confused about how we can address those things if we're not either contacting 638 or having IHS part of the conversation at all. So I think that's the concern that I have is I'm all for it. I see the potential, but unless we can, fill those gaps, I just don't see how moving from one pot to another is going to fulfill or fix, or how are we going to get our own? We cannot staff it. The funding might be there, but I still have those kind of concerns about reality.
Under compacting, as tribal leaders, you become the health policy makers and you become the managers. So if you decide you want OB, you put OB.
We haven't done that part yet. So that's why I have those concerns. If we don't compact, then we're stuck with IHS. And if IHS, those are the concerns that I have. If we're stuck with IHS, does it still work?
Yeah. And were you going to say something, Chris?
Yes, I was, because and I don't know, when your term started, but a presentation was made to a previous tribal council, looked at some feasibility outcomes and looking at returning services that had been lost. And we actually had some financial projections, staffing projections in that. So we can go back through our PowerPoints and kind of carve that document, that piece out as a learning tool for you to understand what work had been done in looking at supporting the assumption side and what services and actually prioritizing which services would be returned in what time frame.
Okay, let's move forward. Now we're going into a different direction here. Yes. Wade, Treasurer Boyd wanted to.
Thanks for giving me the floor. I just have a couple of questions. First question is, whose name is this application going to go in front of? I mean, there's a big controversy over this corporation that was set up and taken over this whole project. That's one of the reasons why it got stalled. Yeah. Now, are we talking about this corporation submitting this application? Are we talking about the Rosebud Sioux tribe submitting this application? That needs to be cleared up right away.
There's the Rosebud Sioux tribe.
Yeah. So that corporation is not going to be involved in this as far as the management anyway at this time.
Not at this time.
No.
Right?
Well, Mike, there was a corporation.
I understand what you're saying. That's a good question.
Yeah, and that needs to be cleared up.
Have these two gentlemen been involved with that corporation?
All these guys, everybody.
Okay.
And that has put a lot of bad taste in a lot of people. we understand there has to be a corporation separate from this body to do that because we are not healthcare directors. But to have that body be formed and taken all of anything at all to do with healthcare away from this body and the people before it's even in place, that put a lot of distrust in a lot of people. And that's what kind of stalled this project to begin with. So that's why I bring it up, and that issue has to be addressed. At some point, there needs to be a medical body or whatever that's going to do this. But right now is not the time because the people in this body need to have room for input. We can't have a corporation saying, you give that authority to me, stay the hell away, let us do our job. That's not the time for that. And so I'm just throwing that out. And the other thing that a lot of people around here and a lot of people listening have concerns about is we gave you guys north of $600,000 to come up with an application and a plan. The plan that was submitted to us was 8 pages long, with over $500,000 spent. That's another concern. We know you guys did work and stuff on it, but we wanted to see a product. So, I mean, I'm all for this joint venture. I think it's the only way this tribe can ever have a great health care facility is if we do it ourselves. That's the only way it's going to happen. I go to Congress, I hear what they're saying, so I know exactly what you guys are talking about. But you haven't given us any tools or any hope or any reason for us to go forward in a blind way. And that's what we've been asking for a year and a half or 2 years. That's all we've been asking for. Before this project was even started, the chairman gave Skylar the directive, before we go forward, you have to go out and get the support of the people and support of the staff up there. If you don't do that, this project will never go anywhere. But that was put off and put off and put off until it was too late. But those are the things that have to be done. And I'm only bringing this up because I believe this joint venture should be applied for, but things need to be upfront so everybody understands what's going on here. My 2 cents worth.
Pat, you want to call for a question?
I call it.
You call it? Question by Wayne Fredericks. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting. 2. 1102.
That's to move ahead with phase one
Phase one
application in
application.
the name of the Sioux tribe.
Coach was the mover. Is that how she? This is the phase one of the process of application. For the joint venture project. Coach, your motion was to move forward with the phase one.
Yes, with the application.
And Wayne had suggested an amendment.
Is the name of the Rosebud Sioux tribe.
Yes.
Not for.
Right.
Can you repeat that? Wayne? Can you repeat that?
Move ahead with phase one application in the name of the Rosebud Sioux tribe.
Tammy and Jerry.
I like the discussion that we had, however, I think it took up a lot of time, but on the other hand, can you forward your emails to us as well, Skyla? Because if you forwarded that to her and she didn't get it out to us, then we're not being informed. But if you can forward it to everybody, I appreciate that. And maybe we need to schedule a meeting with IHS and get them here and ask why we aren't getting these services up there. I mean, I work with PRC, so I have an understanding of some of it, the billing and whatnot. But, you know, there is a lot of things up there that I have questions on as well. So that's just something I recommend.
Okay. Thank you for that. I just got a message that RFK Jr. is the HHS secretary. So.
It's what?
I don't know if that's true. Robert Kennedy Jr.
He's doing what?
Yeah.
HHS.
Yep.
Goes.
There's my answer.
Oh, I'm sorry, yes.
Okay, just to address the concerns of the, corporation, maybe we should put that on the agenda and look at the articles of incorporation and let the new council be able to review those and make, recommendations or make amendments to it to make sure we're accommodating and making sure that the council does have a voice in there.
Do you want to include that in December's regular meeting or?
Yes.
Okay. Gonna make that a motion?
Yeah, I'll move.
Motion.
So you can get that to us, kind
We got a motion by Sherry, seconded by Totes. And a question by Tammy. And that is to include the articles of incorporation. Yeah, for the December council meeting. All in favor? Sherry's motion was to include the articles of incorporation.
To review the articles of incorporation for the Sichangu, is it? Corporation, so the new council can review it?
Oh, send it to them?
No, for us to go over that at council. The articles of incorporation and make the recommendations to make sure that we have a seat at that table. That's not a, that can vote.
Who has a seat at it? The health board chair does.
Yeah.
The
chairman.
Health admin director is the chairman.
Can they vote?
Yeah.
I'm just ex officio, but it's how.
Oh, she's
chair, yeah.
Just the chairman,
Chair
the health board chair.
See, well, we don't know because we never got to review them, so if we could just go over it.
Yeah, it's just to review them at the next.
Yes.
So, Sharon, with that being said, that's good that you wanna get those bylaws for the new ones, because you know what, I was just telling Wayne and some other ones, but we really need to straighten that out, because I'm getting pulled this way and I'm getting pulled that way, and it's like I'm over here with the tribe and then I'm over here with the charter, so we need to straighten that out, and health administration developed that. And it was to move forward with the health programs, but it just so happened that during Rodney's administration, he tasked health administration to do that compacting, and it was just gonna be an umbrella under the health administration when this charter was being developed. But now that it's there, it's a formed entity, but this body's like holding us on pause. And then we're told from the tribal attorney that we're an established entity, but yet I'm still over here answering, and so it's there is some confusion. Once these bylaws are dealt with, we need to hash this out, and either we're this way or we're that way, because it's.
And Skylar, that was the reason for that's why she's asking it to be on there, so that can be hashed out at that time.
Okay.
Okay, did you understand the motion, Wayne?
Yeah.
I'll call for the vote. I'll call for the vote.
All in favor?
All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Opposed?
1.
Not voting?
2.
10, 1, 2, motion passed. Okay, I have Bob, Emily, and Totes, and Mike.
Councilman Sherry, onde makinkte, my knees are bad. Sala, on tita kwa ke le takua, le toske on ke hecha ake iwongla kap. Na le takua waita makinkte le, Lela Chala Kantali, Wogla Wachashe Macha, 2 months ago. Now according to Treasurer Boyd, this planning was happening a year ago, which we don't know about. Now this is totally new to me. And the question I have is, this thing was planned a year ago. Why did it take so long, and then we're being rushed to pass a motion? I mean, why did it take a whole year and then now you're only giving us 2 weeks? That's not enough time for me to disseminate that information. You know, it's totally new to me on what you guys are talking about. Brand new hospital, that's fine, but what if we get the same, pardon my French, but shitty services? The doctors up there, they're good at passing Band-Aids. If you have a sickness, they're gonna look on a computer to see what's wrong with you. That kind of services. And I'll tell you what, personal experience. It took them 20 hours and it took the different hospital to know that I suffered a stroke. So much for early detection. I went to the hospital twice. They treated me for water in my ear canal and sent me home. Rapid City Hospital. They done an MRI and they said there's nothing wrong with your heart and your brain. They sent me home. On the way home, I had suffered a stroke. I didn't know about it until I got to Sioux Falls. So is that the kind of treatment we're going to get with a brand new hospital? I think our out there are being treated like third world countries, and it's going to continue like that. So my question is, when this happened a year ago, why did you guys just bring it today and trying to get me to hurry to act on it? How come you guys didn't hurry?
So to clarify, what we've been working on the last year and a half is on the 638 side. We were asked by this body historically to work on 638. Joint venture did not occur until just this last couple weeks. So we have the joint venture is separate from 638, and the joint venture is what we were talking about today. And that's we had a rush timeline from Indian Health Service, and we have been sharing information along the line, and including brief discussions about joint venture as a possibility, but it wasn't available when we had those previous discussions. And every discussion we've had is recorded. It's on YouTube channel. You know, you have all of those discussions available to you from the recordings here. So this is not a long-term discussion. This is a rush discussion because of the IHS timeline. I hope that makes sense.
Yeah. For my fellow colleagues here, well, we got a bunch of frequent flyers here. Why weren't they aware of that? We had a lot of trips to Washington, from my understanding. They should have been aware of that situation, and they should let us know. Thank you.
I have Emily, Totes, and Mike.
Thank you. Just real briefly for the record, since there were some comments made that were not true, I just wanted to verify. I asked Skyla the email that she's talking about. I looked at my email, it was not sent to me. So for council representative from Spring Creek's comment, I did not get an email to send out. Had I got an email, I would have sent it out, and it was not presented to Health Board for the record. Thank you.
Totes.
I was stretching.
Oh, you were? Geez, you're really waving around. Mike.
From that veteran's run.
It took so long, I forgot what I was doing. No, this corporation, I understand now what, where we're at with that, but who of our tribal officials are on that corporation?
The chairman of the House Board.
Yeah.
Who is? Who was?
Back then, I'm not sure what's back then.
Lisa was.
Lisa.
Okay. All right. And who else?
And the president.
And the president. Okay.
Yeah.
But when I asked the last time, nobody was attending the meetings except for Skyla. But they should have been not doing anything, I think, since that motion.
And that corporation was formed to facilitate the management of health services, as I understand it.
Yeah.
I think so, but it took all of the tribal.
Under a 638 arrangement, of course.
Yeah, but it also
Yeah.
took all of the tribal health programs like WIC and
No, I
everybody else
understand all
with
that,
that,
yeah.
with the rest
And what we're talking about today is the construction of a new facility.
Just the new
Which
hospital.
was not a topic when this corporation was formed.
It was an option.
Oh, was
It
it?
was discussed,
Well,
but it wasn't discussed in this detail, like,
Yeah, right,
like
yeah.
there was application or anything.
Point of order.
Okay, point of order.
Just so everybody, yeah.
Very good, Mike.
Did you have anything else, Dr. Warren?
I just want to say, Wopila, Lila Wopila Tanka. I've had the wonderful pleasure working with your community in a number of different settings. When I was at the Tribal Chairman's Health Board, for example, I worked closely with Connie Brushbreaker and we were able to get like the Novo Nordisk funding for the new wellness center. I was also asked by previous council and president to provide expert testimony for the lawsuit that was won. So I've worked on that. And the only reason I'm here working with the board of the charters because I was asked to be a part of this. And just know moving forward, whatever capacity you want me to provide any type of assistance or work, I'm happy to do it because I'm here for the love of our people. That's why I'm here. And moving forward, whatever that looks like, just know I'm honored to be here with you today. Okay, thank you.
Treasurer Boyd has a few comments.
Before you leave, I just want to tell you that the tribe, the people here, us, we have the utmost respect for you. You've always been here for us. You've always been on behalf. So what's going on here, don't let that ever interfere with our relationship. But sure, we have utmost respect for you. And it's just how things happen. I mean, we just need to sit down, regroup, and make things happen, right? That's all we're asking to do. And for the new council, Dr. Warren is right. This joint venture is only offered like every 4 or 5 years. And there's only a certain time frame with which to apply. And so it is, we'll talk about it earlier, but it is something that we're going to do, we have to do now. And this is just my personal comments here, so I'm always full of shit sometimes. But there's going to be so much competition for this. There's going to be a lot of tribes, and maybe 4, maybe 5 are going to get selected. And then that has to go back to Congress and get funded. So there's a big, long process here, yeah. So it's not going to hurt us to slide. But in the meantime, in case miracles happen, we need to get our act together. And our act needs to get together so the people out there and the people that are working in that hospital support us. Because right now they don't. They don't have any faith in this whatsoever. So I just want to make those comments.
Thank you. Thank you for coming. Dr. Warren.
And I appreciate your time as well, and I need to drop off for another commitment, but thank you very much. It's been a-
House today too, you had one stop. Yeah, wellness center.
Should we take 10 minutes?
I'm a new guy, I'm informed.
It's time, we're going to church when it's it.
10 minutes? 10.
Our first order is actually the flyer. Ours is-
He's here, we can start now.
Josh rose when he walked in.
This is MRGB Consulting, Ross Bell and Kevin Killer. They're here to give a presentation and a proposal for a contract renewal.
Namdakiapi Maka Ikilia Hime Chante Washte Nape Tuzapilo. Good to see you all and to shake your hands with a warm and good heart. Lakota name is Close to Earth. English name is Kevin Killer. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Ross Garlick Bell. I'm here with MRGB Consulting and honored to be working with you guys. I'm hoping that the presentation will go here as planned, but we wanted to walk through all the political changes that have been going on both at the state and federal level, try to address some of the issues that we heard yesterday, brought up during the council meeting on appropriations and where we're looking at with FY25. And then kind of go into what we're anticipating for the future, both at the state and federal level. Good, it's working as we move forward here. Obviously, what happened last Tuesday was quite groundbreaking and significant with all the changes that occurred. Again, my computer is kind of freezing up here. So obviously, we saw some the changes start at the state level in the primaries last June. There you saw the conservatives change significantly and knock out a lot of the incumbents. That was a ripple effect from the carbon pipeline debate. Those that are opposed to the pipeline did make a significant dent in the legislative bodies, and that resulted in a big change during this past session. Here we go. So what we have now in the state legislature was a significant change as well. You did lose a Democrat seat both in the House and the Senate. As you know, Senator Bordeaux, who's been a staunch ally and advocate for the tribe, did not get his reelection efforts. And in the House, you saw they were reduced from 7 to 6. There was a pickup in Rapid City, but there was a loss both in Sioux Falls and then up in Cheyenne River with Orrin Lesmeister. So that right there is what your future makeup is. The new Speaker of the House there is what I would consider an ultra-conservative and has not been a friend to tribes when it comes to votes. So it'll be interesting to see how this session plays out. The new minority leader is Aaron Healy from Sioux Falls. Representative Poolier did make a run for it, but it became the East River over Elway and the West River pretty much. And so Representative Healy is now the new minority leader, but Representative Emery is the assistant minority leader, your representative here. So on the bright note, Representative Emery did make leadership, and that will be very good. He works really well across the aisle, and I think they wanted him to be able to have that balance in working both sides of the aisle. And so he was one of the advocates that worked on the sales tax when we approached him there in the state legislature. In the Senate, it dropped down from 4 to 3. This is obviously not a good situation. You have right now, the Lieutenant Governor is the head of the Senate, but he will now become governor when Kristi Noem becomes the Secretary of Homeland Security, and he will get to select for appointment a new Lieutenant Governor, which we don't know names yet. It hasn't gotten that far along. The minority leader, Senator Foster, did make a run for it. As the chairwoman knows, we did ask the chairs to get behind a letter supporting Senator Foster for that leadership position. And unfortunately, the Sioux Falls folks voted for their own and same district. So the minority leader for the House and Senate come from the same district. It is the first time you have 2 women leaders running for the minority party. But
they did formally pass over.
Yes. It's very disheartening. We thought for sure Senator Foster was the most senior member of the Senate for the minority. This is her last term. The same with Representative Poolier, for that matter, that one of them at least deserved to be in the leadership in one of the chambers. And we did make the argument in the letter that not only does Senator Foster have all the experience and it worked well with legislation, getting things passed and that, but she's a senior member. This is West River, and it would be right for the rural communities to be represented in the Democratic minority leadership.
Councilman Fredericks, and historically, council that, usually they do it by your how long you've been there in office, and it's only 8 years. That's the most you can serve. And as long as I've been there, they've always done it like that. Usually because you want the people there that kind of have relationships on both sides of the aisle.
On their last term.
Yeah, into last term stuff. So that that is true what Ross is saying. And we did reach out to the chairs, and they're all mostly in agreement. And some of this respond back, but that's fine. We know they're busy, but the majority was in agreement of supporting Red Dawn for her leadership. But it's something to work with. But also, that is present a unique opportunity as well for tribes to work with both sides. So just FYI, so this is not adversarial or anything, but it's just what it is, and we just need to be aware of that. So,
and Senator Foster is not a minority whip. The assistant leader went to another Sioux Falls. Jamie Smith, as you know, ran for governor for the Democrats. So it's two Sioux Falls reps in the leadership above Senator Foster. But that doesn't mean Senator Foster won't be doing anything. She's still going to work hard. And, we did make the efforts to see her as minority leader, but there's only so much when you have 3 members in there. If Senator Bordeaux had been reelected, that would have made things a lot better for her efforts, because then it would have been 2 West River, 2 East River, 2 rurals, 2 cities, and trying to get the leadership post. Again, the Senate also went very conservative. All the moderate leadership that did back the pipeline is gone. So there's going to be some significant changes there. This also is impacting who's looking at running for governor in 26. Several of the players there, Casey Cabtree, Will Mortensen, a couple others, Tony Van Housen, all of them are now in a different position because they're no longer in leadership to run for governor. And Larry Roden will now be the prime candidate there, as he's looking at also Senator Rounds and Dusty Johnson. So we're going to see a lot of politics starting to play in the state chamber for 2026. Again, we haven't heard the committee assignments yet, so we don't know who's on what committee. But the one problem with having 3 votes in the minority is they have to try to attend as many committees as they can, but they're not going to be able to sit on all of them because there's too many committees and they're conflicting at a time. And so they'll probably pick a couple of key ones. Senator Foster did a PROPS last year, and that was very valuable to find out where the money's going and what's going on. But that's going to be a little bit of a problem when bills are going through. We're not necessarily going to even have somebody on the committee that can be opposition for something if the tribe needs it. So we'll be watching that closely. These are your new state delegation. You have a new Senator Grove. She's out of Lower Brule. I don't think she's an enrolled member, but she's married into the tribe and has been active up there. She is a big Trump supporter. So we're interested to see how this plays out. She was very active in a lot of his administrative efforts in the first administration. And so there's not much more we know. I know she did a debate down here and she did well against Senator Bordeaux. So we're going to be reaching out to her and like to set up a meeting with the tribe and the 2 delegates to kind of have them come in and talk to you about what they're thinking of for session, and then what issues maybe you guys would like them to talk about and work on so that we have an agenda. Yes.
So I'm curious, is your intention to bring them to us, or would we be having to go? Because I know in the past we've been invited outward, but I think for something like it might be meaningful for them to come to us.
Yes, what I like to have them do is come to you. Come here and sit in the chamber, discuss things. It may be a chance for her to see the area. I mean, I know Representative Emery knows the area, but maybe she doesn't know it as well and the issues.
She came here the day before election.
Did she? Okay.
Yeah, she was here. I visited with her in my office.
Oh, fantastic. Okay, great.
She was with Tamara Stantz. And looks back, and Tamara was kind of taking her around.
Okay, fantastic. So that's a great start then. So, and she could turn into a great advocate. I think some of the, Senator Bordeaux used to drop about 30 bills a session. And a lot of that was because every bill gets a hearing. So it was a way just to get an issue brought up. He knew it didn't have a path, but at least people could hear what's going on and start the discussion. I think one of the things Kevin and I were talking about is maybe looking at some of Senator Bordeaux's bills and seeing which ones actually could have a chance here too under a new advocate, and maybe work on some of those key ones to keep that legacy going, because I don't think you're going to see a lot of those bills come back. Because Sean was very good about making sure everything hit the agenda. And so we'll work on that, but I would like to have the delegation come meet with you all and then get those notes moving forward before session. And obviously the state of the budget is coming up at the beginning of December. Governor Noem will be giving that. That'll be kind of an idea of what she's looking at for session. And we know that she's going to be bringing up issues like school choice and other initiatives there that she'll probably bring up in that address. And then we'll see if Lieutenant Governor Roden would keep that once she gets her appointment. And before I go to that, just on the appointment process, Governor Noem's appointment won't kick in until the president is really, they can Congress can do it in January a little bit beforehand, but she can't take her oath or take her position until the president's sworn in that new administration in January 20th. She probably won't go through confirmation and stuff, I would guess, till sometime in February.
Let's say she still has to go through confirmation.
Yes, she has to go through the confirmation process and all that, and that's going around meeting everybody and selling herself to that. Obviously, she has a big advocate now in Senator Thune being the majority leader. That makes her path a lot easier. But she won't leave the governor's mansion most likely till she's confirmed, which means Roden wouldn't become governor till possibly February. So already halfway through the state session. So now that could change. She may say she wants to leave earlier, but most cases they don't leave till they're confirmed. And so that may not be for a month or two, which means she could get most of the session in. And so that's why we're kind of watching still what her priorities are and what she wants to do. She may do some things to help boost her position there too, as she did last session with the National Guard going to the border and those things, but we'll be watching that as well. On the ballot initiatives, the good news is most of the ones that you guys opposed didn't pass. Importantly, the sales tax did not pass, so there's no impact there. I kind of was surprised on it. I thought most people, if they got a chance to vote for no tax, would vote for it, but South Dakotans like taxing themselves, so that's a good thing.
We don't have income tax.
Yes.
So we probably were scared if they took that tax away, then we'd be.
That was the great thing the realtors pointed out, is that it would do that, and they sold it finally really well. They did reach out to the tribes. We did try to get a lot of the tribes on a last minute push on that to add to the momentum there, but again, it went through fine. The only thing that did pass was the Medicaid expansion job requirements, and so that will be interesting to see how that now is implemented. I don't know, Kevin, did you want to talk on that a little bit?
Yeah, I think one of the things that, we just have to look out for is just how this is applied to tribes and what is that overarching authority. Interestingly enough, I heard Vice President mention that Mr. Kennedy is in that process of, the HHS and all that. It might be good to bring this issue up with him as well and just see how that would apply. Depending on each state, each state implemented it differently. Arizona does have some they have to work with tribes down there as well. So those are some of the recommendations we'll bring back. We'll research that and figure out what is the impact and how do they measure that. That would probably be the biggest, area, because Navajo Nation's there. You got some cult tribes, coalition of large tribes down there that have big land bases, and they kind of would overlap on that. And Arizona is really similar in terms of how the tribes work in coordination with the legislature, and also a lot of the state laws are the same and all that. So it's really interesting. But I would just comment on that.
So this then takes us to the federal election. Obviously, you all heard the news. Donald Trump was reelected. He's the only second president to have a split 2 terms. I think it was Garfield that was the other one, or Cleveland, one of those. Cleveland. Dusty Johnson got reelected with no issues, and the president's mandate is what we're watching closely, because it means he has a lot more influence on what's going on with 312 to 226 electoral votes. Now, we're watching closely the House and Senate. Now, the Senate did flip to Republican control. That was expected due to the states that were up this cycle. Every 2 years, it's a different third in the Senate that's up. This cycle was more Republican states, and you had like Manchin and Sinema that were already kind of very moderate, looking at voting Republican on some stuff that were leaving. So those states did switch. So that's a small margin there, 53 to 47, but still enough to be able to get confirmations through and other activities. Now, the House is a lot more in play. This will probably be the narrowest margin for a majority in the history of the Congress, because I think it's going to be 1 or 2 votes. And now there's 3 still outstanding seats to be determined. One of those is Alaska, where you have Native Alaska Mary Patola still running. There they have the rank choice voting. I think they voted to get rid of that, though, this cycle as well, not to do that again. But it still applies for this cycle. So they're still doing the second choice counting to see where, if she gets that. I'm sorry.
And the way that works, council, is that if, one candidate doesn't receive over 50% of the ballots in that state, then they go to the second choice. So that's how they do that. And so that's what's happening right now is they're basically, I don't think the current guy got 50%,
No.
right? Yeah. So they go to the second option and then that would be the right choice. And that's all they.
And then if they don't even get it on the second, it goes to
Yeah.
the third. And that's why it takes a lot longer in Alaska, because they have to recount all those ballots to see what your choices were. And so we'll be waiting on that. I think this week they're hoping to get that decided. The other thing that's changed is, as you probably heard too, there was a representative nominated for Attorney General that it's kind of shocking, Gatz, and he resigned immediately, which put a monkey wrench in the majority.
Yeah.
But if Florida's way of the reelection, it's an 8-week window. And so the resignation was timed for 2 things. One, it gave an 8-week window that would actually be before January 3rd, that Florida can hold that special election and replace that seat. So it doesn't hurt the majority possibility. And the other thing it did is it stopped an investigation report from being released today. That would have been released showing some wrongdoings that probably they don't want out there in the public. So it was a 2-fold resignation, but it'll be interesting to see if they can, and Governor DeSantis has already started that process for 8 weeks in Florida to see where that goes. You are looking also at another vacancy in Florida with Marco Rubio going to the Secretary of State. We are hearing that Laura Trump, which is Trump's daughter-in-law, is the one they're considering to be appointed for the remainder of that term by DeSantis, and that would put a Trump in the Senate. So there's, again, a lot of things. And then you have a couple other House members that are being nominated for positions, but they're probably going to hold off on those confirmations going through till the majority selected, and then they'll do an open seat as long as they have enough there. The question is, are they going to have enough that they can even spare one person that somebody can't call speaker vote and put in Hakeem Jeffries for a week or 2 just to play with the system? And so it's going to be very interesting. The other thing that will come down to is how they divide the committees and the membership on the committees when it's this split, and see how that plays out for the key committees, obviously, that we're watching. Yes.
Back to the Matt Gates thing, that report that has now been shelved because of his resignation. How did that work? I mean, I don't understand that. Why it's now in the trash can, I guess.
Because he's no longer under their jurisdiction. So that's how I understood it, is because he left the House only has jurisdiction over their members for the ethics. And since he's not there.
Ethics Committee investigation?
Yes.
Oh, I see. Okay.
It was a House ethics, so it wasn't an official, like, Department of Justice.
Oh, all right.
I mean, the interesting there.
Do you suspect that? I'm sure you suspect that it's going to be leaked?
There's a lot of people saying, and the senators are already, like Durbin and them in the Senate, now that he's the minority, but he's calling for that to be released so they have the full information for his confirmation vote. So there's going to be a lot of pressure to get that information out because of the confirmation, which may put a monkey wrench into whether he actually gets confirmed or if Trump pulls the nomination eventually.
Did he resign before an official investigation was completed?
I'm sorry?
Did he resign before official investigation?
Right, yeah.
Before that report came out, yes. So, yeah, so there's a lot of little games going on that we'll see how they play out. They're going to, some are going to want to hide that report, obviously. But I think it will eventually come out somehow. Some reporter will get it just by a friendly
Oh, I think it's
tidbit.
going to be leaked by some
Yeah.
Republican.
Because the Senate is not happy with his choice as AG. But they may just give it to Trump too, which,
He's a nut job.
Yes. And I'm sure Speaker McCarthy is not very happy that he's back in a more powerful position because he's the one that threw the former speaker out. So again, there's going to be a lot of gamemanship over the next couple of weeks going into this January 3rd kickoff. So this gives you the WTF as the future. You have Governor Nome looking at Secretary of Homeland Security, Roden becoming the new governor of South Dakota. We're hearing Governor Burgum is one of the candidates of North Dakota to be Interior, Rubio for State, Gates as Attorney General, and then RFK for Health and Human Services or Food and Drug Administration. What was that?
The other guy named Interior.
I can't hear you.
Doug. And what's his name? Doug
Bernhardt.
Yeah, Bernhardt. Say that.
Oh, yeah. And then the previous Interior Secretary is also being considered to come back as well. Oops. Just got
Holland?
logged off.
Or which secretary? Holland or Sweet?
Bernhardt.
Oh, Bernhardt?
Bernhardt, yeah.
All right, it just kicked me off. I don't know if I'm still online. Okay. All right, I think it's just,
I think in your resume, were you involved in helping to secure, that NASA project for SGU is currently handling?
yes. The SGU 3D printing?
Right, yeah, the 3D.
Yes.
You were
Yeah.
involved in that?
Yeah, I was the one that formulated the idea to get the program there and then sought the state funds to get the,
Oh, really?
yeah.
I never heard, I wasn't aware of that.
Yeah.
I'm from the regions over there and I
Saw the
never heard
name.
that you were involved.
Oh.
Somebody else was always taking the credit for it, I guess.
I do aerospace policy, so that's been one of my babies of getting 3D printing and jobs up here in Indian country. And so we got NASA to do this program there for the school.
President Bordeaux's passing, that
Yeah.
project kind of got lost in the shuffle, you know, but we got it back on track now, so. And it's back in, it's going forward.
Yeah, oh yeah, I'll go into that. Let me just, I got bumped offline, so let me see if we can get us back on here. There we go. And Kevin did bring up something that goes with the SGU. So one of the conservatives came back this election, Taffy Howard, at the state level. She's a notorious, anything that's funded by the government she opposes. And when she was on appropriation, she fought the SGU money, arguing that she didn't understand why NASA's even funded.
Right.
Now she's someone that has lived in government housing her whole life as a military spouse, military child, and her kids are all in the military, but she doesn't look at that as government funding. You know, it's only,
Obviously, waiting for space agency either then, right?
yeah, so, but she may try to make an effort to grab that money, so I'm letting SGU know that they need to get the School of Mines to, you know, get the plan going so they can grab that money
We've
before.
done that.
Yeah, so I think they had a meeting today, I was supposed to get briefed
We
on.
got it back on track.
Okay, great. So, and that, if Yankton or Ogallala, I think, what's it at Ogallala?
Go to college?
What?
Well, go to college?
No, who's doing the 3D there?
Oh, Thunder Valley.
Thunder Valley. If either one of them get their 3D projects going, NASA wants to make sure that the students from SGU are part of that construction. So that's what we're trying to make sure it goes on track.
Yeah.
So.
And now that you mentioned that, I think we're hoping for that, you know, that it's in that, you know, level.
Yeah, and I think those, both projects are looking at the spring if they stay on track, so. Okay, so the other WTF that we have is this unknown factor of Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy. These are the guys that want to, you know, Vivek said he wants to cut 75% of all federal jobs on day one. That's an impossibility. It would shut the US government, the whole country down.
Shut the whole country.
Yeah, it's just not a reality, and that's something that you can't do without legislative action. They're not able to do what they think they can do just because they haven't been in government. Again, it's like Trump. When you run your own business with no board of directors, you're not used to dealing with Congress because you're not used to dealing with them as a board of directors. You have always been the sole decider, and so what's this Congress? Who do they get to say anything? These gentlemen are the same way.
You mean you make promises just to get elected?
Yes. So, and the other thing that they're going to run into is the ethics rules, because there is federal legislation that says they can't be pushing stuff that impacts them directly. So if you're talking like, Starlink programs or launching systems or any other programs they have their companies involved in, they can't go in uniformly. They have to put people that are opposing on there. But again, the question is how much will they influence, say, the continuing resolution that's out there, if that gets punted to next session?
And to Ross's point, Councilman, the BEAD funding that comes through broadband equity and deployment, BEAD that, I know that Rosebud and a lot of tribes in the area has gotten, that could possibly fall into this as well. So I just recommend that, you try to move that as fast as we can and have a visit with Senator Thune and Senator Rounds and all that, because they see the good work, and I think the autonomy piece is something. So, and I know there's that Golden West factor as well, but just move as fast as you can, on that.
What's your take on this promise to cut federal spending across the board by 30%?
I don't think they're going to be able to do it.
Well, obviously not, but if they'll try something.
So you had sequestration years ago. I don't know if you remember the sequestration debate. I think that was in 2010 where they did the mandatory cuts. That was so bad for Congress to have to swallow. They hated it. They kept suspending it. They played games with it. The problem they have is they just won't get Congress to play with it. It's too draconian for the Congress members to do, and their self-interest will kick in, and the money that.
Present day Congress?
What was that?
Even with the present day Congress?
Yeah.
Yes.
The issue, Congressman, is that because it's such a narrow margin in the House, that, it's like a 5-vote margin, and, on any given day, you're going to have that swing 10 votes one way or the other. And it's just going to be like probably the last 2 years where they couldn't get nothing done. Hopefully that doesn't happen. But I mean, with that much, and usually what you see is what I saw being in the legislature, and when you see a party with that much power, they just end up infighting. So then we have to kind of figure out what is the end arounds, and how do we get around some of that. So
Right.
Yeah, some of these programs are too big I mean, you're not going to see Social Security and these other things that hit too many constituents, because that's voters, and the speaker will start yelling, I can't risk any seats or we'll be out in 2 years.
But what about the tax on Social Security benefit? I'm all for that because I get Social Security. And I'm subsidizing in taxes half of my Social Security benefits every year because I'm still working.
Well, he's going to push a tax cut bill. That he'll get through. That will be probably one of his big ones. Is also to renew the tax cuts he did in his first term. And Thune's mentioned that will be something they'll do. But again, I don't see them doing drastic cuts in the government. They will do some stuff with Department of Education. That's an easy target. Department of Energy will be another easy target. And what they'll try to spin is that's where they cut 10% of the federal budget, because they cut those programs within those agencies.
How much that affect education on reservations?
Not too much, because BIE is under Interior, so that would not be impacted the same way. You'll have some programs that are grants and stuff, but what they're talking about is shifting that stuff to other agencies. So they're not, the idea of them dissolving it and the programs going away is not the way it actually would be. What they're talking about is sending it to other places that already do similar programs, and they would just add on to what their job responsibilities are. So the grants and stuff would be allocated to different agencies to do versus having a separate standalone agency.
And right now, 21% of all funds for education, well, actually South Dakota receives 21% of state funding from DOE. So this is the state alone. I mean, the state alone receives a lot of funding. Like 21% of the whole federal funding is this DOE. So even with that, they're still going to have to fight, non-native educational areas, and that's going to be,
Yeah, on the tribal education, when it comes to higher education on reservations with the tribal colleges, the number of students and the colleges are growing, but the pot that they get funded for is shrinking. So there's more competition for those dollars. That means the institutions per student get less money. What's your thoughts on that?
But I think one of the things with, like doing doing programs such as the 3D building is going to make it really attractive to SGU. I mean, and definitely try to spread that around. The one thing about the 3D printing company Icon, they were really attracted to South Dakota just because Senator Thune was in leadership. But now that he's in the majority leader, they're going to do whatever they can to keep that relationship, and they're going to do whatever they can to make sure that everybody's on the same page, everybody's doing good, everything. Because they also receive a lot of funding for different projects in different, like in Alabama and Florida and all that. So there will be that. So they can't just sit there and say, "Oh, we're going to cut you," but really encourage tribal colleges to begin to be innovative and start, putting out some of that, technology, training their students and all that. So,
And I know that Senator Thune, the reason why Senator Thune was the chair of commerce, which had oversight of NASA, was the other reason they liked South Dakota. But the idea of using eventually where you can use NASA dollars to develop technologies for HUD programs is what they really liked, because it would dual purpose federal dollars and give a new technology for constructing Mazda homes and stuff.
I see that, we see the value in 3D.
Yeah, so that's what we sold to Thune and Rounds, and that's why they're super excited to see this actually going and getting somewhere. But you're right, we've got to make sure the tribal colleges don't lose their funding in this argument. I was talking to Kevin, a lot of the Project 25 stuff that you've seen word about, they really don't get into tribes too much in the tribal programs. It's almost like they purposely wanted to leave that out of the discussion because they understand that's in a different category of federal funding because of the treaties and obligations there. So they didn't get into where they're saying strike these programs because they're not looking at them the same as social service programs because of they're not. So it's not looked at as like urban housing, project housing in cities. And so that's a good thing. It means that it's easier for making sure that tribal programs are not cut the same way. And it's also because the tribal numbers within the federal appropriations are so minuscule, it doesn't come up on the radar compared to DOD and these other giant programs, Social Security and other stuff that they could get more traction out of with cuts and information. So in that regard, I think it's a little bit more beneficial that tribes are kind of under the radar with that. But it's worth making sure that we don't get on the spotlight of this is a group that doesn't vote a certain way and we're going to go target them. So that's the one thing we'll keep an eye on for it. So just kind of wrapping up a little bit, the FY25 continuing resolution expires. I think that was brought up earlier today on December 20th. Obviously, the way the elections have ended up, there's going to be a push to bump that to next March or later, or maybe do a continuing for the whole year. I think we've seen that multiple times too. And so we'll be watching how that debate plays out, or if they somehow come up with one last deal in order to get a fresh start. But my gut's telling me they'll use this as a way to give Trump something during his first 100 days to say we made these cuts in the federal appropriations, and they'll get something out of it for traction. So I do expect a punt to March at the minimum, because the Republicans will say we'll shut down the government if you don't punt it. They'll shut it down till January 3rd over Christmas. That's what a week and a half window. They have nothing to lose by doing that. It's a minor shutdown, and they open it back up on January 3rd when they come back in and pass their own CR. So I think that is the most likely scenario with the December 20th push there, but we'll keep watching it. Now, we've gone over some state issues, and then I do want to show you past appropriations under Trump. What is good to note is he actually increased funding for tribal programs during his presidency. And so I want to help kind of go through that a little bit. But on state issues, the governor is big on school choice this year, and we're talking full choice, vouchers for homeschoolers. One thing that I've worked on the charter school bill for the Ochechi-Shakoe bill. This is going to take it to a whole different level. And so the concerns here is how this would impact BIE schools. Yes.
Vouchers on homeschool?
Yes.
What for?
The parents would be able to use the money for supplies. They get a check from the state. So basically whatever their student would have gotten, the school would have gotten for their student, the parent would be getting if they're homeschooling.
Do they have access to individual assistance, like getting evaluated for IEPs and stuff like that?
That's the question on how all that would work. But right now the schools would, from what I understand with homeschooling, they still get access to some of that stuff, but no? Okay. So that would be the question. The other question is, they were talking about micro schools where like 4 or 5 parents can get together and have a micro school. You know, some of that stuff would be great. Other stuff we see being a pretty big nightmare, especially parents that pull their kids out of the BIE schools so they can get the voucher and then they're not using the money for what it's supposed to be used for. Or, you know, and the kids being pulled out of the school because the parent wants the access, you know, nightmare scenarios. Was that?
That was approved?
No, this is proposed for session.
Proposed.
So no, I'd be bringing it to you a lot earlier before that. So this is proposed, and the governor, Noam, has been big on this, but again, since her appointment, this could change too, whether Roden is, whether he's supportive of it. And the big pushback is rural schools because they will lose their funding. And for rural areas, the school is the main employer. This could be devastating for a lot of communities. And so there's going to be this, there's supposedly a charter bill also. But we're also wondering how impact aid would work if all of a sudden the money's pulled out, for the communities like Mission and Wagner, especially for the military, also up in Rapid City, how that all plays out if vouchers, and then how the state funds that, because you may have a lot of students that are in BIE schools now going into the state money system, and they're not built in tax-wise, and how that plays into the game too. And from what we've talked to the education choice folks, they haven't really thought that stuff out either. So we're going to be watching that one pretty closely. Obviously, law enforcement is going to be another issue brought up. We are happy that if you recall, the BIA resolution that we pushed last session for Rosebud, that passed overwhelmingly because the governor's speech happened to be the next day, saying there's issues with law enforcement. And so that resolution we brought to the White House. You know, Senator Round's office did send me an email that was one of the bases for his discussions here, which brings up a great argument that using the state to help lobby your federal agenda helps. And so I'm thinking we might want to push for the state to back resolutions on other federal programs that help the state offset their funding, like NAHASDA reauthorization and funding, you know, get school funding for BIE schools and get the state to back that. It doesn't hurt the state at all because it's money from a separate pot, but the state then tells the congressmen and the senators to do it. They're now getting a resolution saying this is what the state's position is. And I think we can get those, and seeing that it worked on the law enforcement where they're now doing the training academies and stuff, that Rosebud was part of the team that we went in 2018 with Jack Lee to try to get done and didn't happen. Now it's happening because we got rounds finally to address it. I think that's the stuff that we can now take success on and go forward with and use the state legislature as an ally on some of these things without them having to really fear of expending any political capital.
Or tribal colleges. I mean,
Yeah.
that'd be another good area.
That kind of stuff. I mean, the fact they're already funding half the SGU program would be an argument that they want to see those programs keep continuing because again, it's economic development and it's money that they're getting from the feds. For the state of South Dakota, it's extra money in their view for programs. Then we're going to continue to fight for access for tribal members to hunt and fish without a state license. We did find that was authorized back during what was the law enforcement 238. I'm blanking on it when the state would run tribal law enforcement. I'm blanking on the
280.
280.
Yeah,
280. Thank you. It had it in state statute in the 50s that the tribal members were allowed to hunt and fish on tribal, treaty areas. A lot of area. It's in the code there. We're just trying to find out if the state repealed it somewhere else and it's just not stricken where it's in there, but it's repealed somewhere else. Either way, we think it makes the case to return that so that the tribal members aren't having to go and get licensing from the state to do what their treaty rights allow them to do. And this is something
that
that.
issue was settled by that Montana case.
Yes.
Years ago.
Montana has it, but the other states haven't lifted the fees.
That was the Supreme Court. It doesn't apply to everybody then?
It's a gray area.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, and we think it's something the state's open
Wait,
to.
challenge it.
I did. They pretty much have left me alone. But at the same time, you could get a state game warden that wanted to be a jerk and take it all away. But luckily they kind of have left it alone. But more or less, if you're fishing on the Missouri in this area, they're probably not going to contest because that is in treaty. But when you go to like Custer, they may try to do something too.
Yeah.
I saw Councilman Frederick taking his hair out, like he's ready to go to war. So yeah, it's like, so yeah.
That's what we always tease about. Getting serious.
Now, I put our brag sheet up here. I can share this around later. I don't need to go through it. But we obviously want to hopefully see you guys renew. So I'm going to jump around that because I don't like to have to point that out all the time because you guys know that we're working hard for you, I hope. So one of the things that we like to do also, which I'm glad you brought up the SGU, is try to find areas that can help the tribes kind of leapfrog in economic development and do programs on the federal level for less money because the federal is not giving it. So that's why, like with the 3D printing, which you have up there, the printer, and one of the houses down in Austin with tribal leaders there that went to go see it, where the idea is, again, if you can print something at a third of the cost eventually of a traditional brick and mortar, then you're getting 3 times the value out of your NAHASDA funds that have been kind of level funding for decades. And so some of the stuff we're looking at, like here, Kevin and I have been talking about is there's technology coming out for security services with robotic dogs, and survey an area, do rescues and stuff and fires that are a fraction of the cost of having to do something with a traditional fire department. We're looking at technology on fire extinguishers to be able to get savings from insurance companies where you're training kids and housing adults to get in there and know how to use the extinguisher before they have a fire with a simulator. So that's one of the programs, looking at drone technology and other things. And we keep doing that because we find it of interest. What we wanted to do is get a panel of some high-tech companies that have these different things for police observation, things like that can give you the law enforcement you need for less money while we're waiting for the feds to catch up on their obligations. And then obviously for business opportunities, because we would like to see 3D printing, maybe that becomes a tribal business eventually, or a partnership with Icon to do that. Because we know like Flandreau is interested in 3D printing for their new giant housing development that they're doing in Sioux Falls. That'd be great if Icon was able to partner with, Redco and make that a business venture where, several of those houses are being built by Redco with the students that are, leveraged here to be able to get some more economic activity. But we also know that once like that 3D goes, NASA and other their companies and stuff will be coming in wanting to grab those employees and wanting to do more business. I think NASA already has another proposal that they're interested in for the Moon to Mars program here as well. So there's a lot of stuff that we like to do on that. And then I think I can escape from this and stop the share. I want to show you the past appropriations charts. Okay, so this is the FY appropriations under Donald Trump, his first term. And what you can see is he didn't really, I don't know if you can see it.
Use that mouse to
zoom in like that.
Yeah, use that mouse to show where you're at.
Which mouse?
The little.
Oh, mine. Okay. So here you can see the NAHASDA block grant, because we're tracking several just key programs. This was the FY18 was 655 million. You have it didn't increase much at all in 2019. Then you see the House and Senate came through and it was enacted at 755 in 2020. And then you got to the ARPA funds, which were under his presidency. More money was presented to Indian country than I think ever. And which meant that Trump's not adverse to opening up the floodgates when necessary. And with that, he did quite a bit. And now this year, obviously, we're looking at 1.1 billion for NAHASDA funding under a Republican Congress. What you see here, though, is you haven't seen any of the Congresses, whether Republican or Democrat, over the years, reduce funding for NAHASDA, for ICDBG, those type of programs. And it's not expected to see the same. The same with IHS funds. Those have increased each year. And then you're also looking at that for, and I'm sorry that I zoomed out too much here. You got the loan programs. Here's Indian Health Services down here on the bottom. You can see that's increased. Obviously, they're now budgeting that for every 2 years as well. So it's got more outlays and outside planning. The idea for this is to kind of, the transition is scary for everybody. I'm seeing things I haven't seen before. But it doesn't mean that there's going to be all these drastic situations immediately. It just means we have to watch it and make sure that your voice isn't lost as all these ideas are being put out there. But there's so many variables that go into how the appropriations is done and what actually gets ended up as passed, that there's a lot of opportunities to make sure their voice is known. And as I had to tell my own mother, who was very nervous with the election results, that there's a lot of players on both sides that are very wealthy and very interested in programs. And like with ACA, you're going to see the insurance companies are going to want to keep that. It's a very profitable area for them. They're very wealthy from it. The hospitals are very wealthy from it. They're not going to want that to go. They're going to put a lot of money to stop changes on that. And that's just one program. Defense programs, defense contractors, NASA programs, they're all got their billionaires that will be putting money in to fight different things. You're not going to be left alone because there's other interests that are way bigger that are involved in this. Those that sell the medical equipment to IHS are not going to want to see IHS dollars down because that's money for them. And so it's a matter of making sure those allies are, know their support there, but understanding that it's not going to be, at least the optimist says it's not a doomsday. It's just a new transition. And every president comes in with their hope and ideal. They're going to do all this great stuff. Reagan did it, thinking he can transform it. If you remember, Al Gore had his own reforming government initiative. It just became a big paper. All these things get out there, but the transition is the transition. So I know there's rumors on the 3%, across the board cut. We've reached out to Dusty to get confirmation on that. He didn't seem to know right off the top of his head about any 3% across the board yet. I know there are some with specific agencies like Labor HHS. They did do some specific reductions there in the House this year, but that hasn't passed yet. So again, we'll keep track of this. Everybody's been getting our PROPS update tables that we've been sending out. We'll keep track on that to make sure that, if something does look like it's getting targeted, we'll get you the notification immediately.
Where did you say, where was the previous fiscal year and where is it at? What's being proposed?
Let me see if I have that chart. Nope, that's not it.
Did you say something like, did I hear you say $1 billion?
Sorry.
Yeah, let me pull that chart up here for you. There we go.
And we can share this, Councilman, as well. So make sure you get a copy.
There we go. All right, so this is the current FY25, and you can see that both the House and Senate are pretty much equal at 1.2 billion for Nahasda. So it's a significant increase this year, and then you have 100.
And what was it?
So what was enacted? It's a $100 million increase, 1.1 billion. Yeah, 1.1 was enacted last year. That was after Biden's request of 820. So the House and Senate jumped up quite a bit over the president's request. And again, remember, the president always makes his budget request. Congress always throws it in the garbage, no matter the party. They've never taken the president's request and said, we're passing this budget. They do their own thing. And luckily for the tribes, it's always been usually an increase if they do anything. If they either level or increase a little bit. So you can see, and we get you this out again. We're going to be updating it obviously with whatever the continuing does. But you can see that right now it's good shape. And again, that's with the House that's Republican and a Senate that's Democrat moving forward on it. Interestingly, the House is actually more money than the Senate.
I got one more question. One more question you may not be, I don't know if you can answer it or not. This tariff business, I believe we import a lot of, and I'm on the housing thing yet, we import a lot of lumber from Canada, and might this tariff business affect that Canadian lumber as an import?
It shouldn't impact Canada and Mexico because of NAFTA. And Trump renegotiated that under his first term. So there's treaties already on that. That's why you do have, I have a friend from China. They send a lot of stuff into Mexico to get around the tariffs.
Right,
because.
Primarily concerned about.
Yeah, so I think there's not an issue there with the Canadians at all, due to NAFTA. And Trump's not gonna touch that. He already got that renegotiated, on terms that he was favorable with, so I don't see him reopening that. The tariffs he's talking about are mainly on China. And then I think he wants to put some on, some other European countries and stuff where he feels it's not equitable. China's the big one. I think he's looking at some big tariffs there, which will impact, if he gets into a tariff war again, like he did before, where South Dakota was impacted on soybeans and corn and other things, that could be bad for the area. But I think I think Rounds and them are really trying to prevent that from happening again on the agricultural side. It may be on the manufactured products that he tries to do more on.
Do you think there'll be a cut with the EBT benefits? Significant cut?
Not initially. I think, so you got a couple of, and again, this is all speculation, so don't, yeah.
Requirements maybe, that sort of thing.
Well, and, you know, there's going to be a lot of changes with the immigrant situation and stuff like that, and who's on EBTs, and I think there's going to be a bunch of factors going into what the budget is as you're changing who's even able to qualify, and that may have some savings that they're looking for, because you are going to see the number one priority for this administration outside the tax cuts is going to be immigration, and the deportations and that impact on the workforce. And one of the things they'll do there is try to make sure that anybody that's undocumented isn't getting EBT and stuff like that. And that's where you may say that, again, they'll use that as their savings.
What kind of impact it may have down here in the reservation, you know, because that's a serious economic consideration here.
And we'll keep an eye on that to see where that discussion. Yeah.
I think there might be an impact just on, not necessarily from the Trump administration, but from what South Dakota voted in with the mandatory work.
Yeah.
There's gonna be people that are just gonna like.
But that's just limited to Medicaid, though, isn't it?
Because I don't wanna go work. And, you know, that's from South Dakota, when that passed.
Right, the work mandate.
But there's something I wanted you to look into is the $207 million BEAD funding.
Which funding?
How that's going to affect us, the tribe, and how
The
they
broadband.
removed us from any involvement in it.
Right.
Because we received our own broadband.
Yeah, we'll definitely look into that, so yeah.
All right, well,
Oh, there's a question.
I want to answer first.
Oh, sorry.
No, do you want to answer his question first?
He
And then I'll ask.
did.
Oh, you did?
Yeah,
Okay,
he did.
sorry. Sorry, I have my notes. I just had two quick things, and sorry, I'm gonna sit down and read them. Sorry. If you can kind of from the, I know it's hard to be prepared because we don't know what the changes that are going to be coming from, and they can be even on this broad spectrum, but still in an effort to be kind of as proactive as we can be and plan as much as we can be, do you have any suggestions about what we can do in particular for two things? The first one is, you mentioned pipeline, and I know it didn't pass the state, but I'm already hearing things within the state that these companies are still going to try to find landowners and still try to find their way through. We know the orange guy has already said, you know, it's click of my pen and these kind of things can get through by executive order. So I'm wondering, is there anything that we can do legally or from like your guys' stance that to protect us or at least prepare us for those types of things, specifically with our water rights, land rights, hunting, you know, you already mentioned hunting, things like that. And the second part is the education funding. I know you said that BIE is separate, so that's not underneath the department. But one of the things right now is our funding is already so low across the board anyway. When you look at our BIE school right now, we're looking at 6,000 to 8,000 per student versus the school right next door that's getting double that. And so it might not mean anything to keep stagnant, but in our situation, when we're already getting half of that funding, it is meaningful to not be able to address that. So for those two things in particular, do you have any suggestions for us or how we can kind of be proactive or approach some of those things moving forward?
I can do the education and then Ross can do the pipeline, but with the education piece, specifically, you know, that is one of the theories behind taking out the Department of Education, that you'd be able to push more money to the states. So definitely making sure that BIE is, if that does happen, BIE is part of that conversation. The other part too, and this has been a popular thing for, let's say the conservative groups, is actually looking at impact aid and how do you actually apply that to county? Because that is a big thing that they've been trying to push the last, I think last, 10 years, 20 years, of where, you know, if you're part of if you're adjacent to like a federal area and you're a county, you should, you know, be able to apply for that. That only applies for military right now, I think, and a little bit for tribes. But how do you get it up to the military rates and all that? So that there is that part, and definitely we'll keep track of how that, if that actually does come to fruition. It'd be like a step-by-step, you know, like process, or we'll cross that river when it happens, you know, and get the pipeline.
And to add on that, I know Councilwoman Bright Plank, we went and talked to BIE's, you know, Director Dearman, and the director's been very good on being blunt with his finances, and I've talked to him on Marty Indian School, and, you know, getting that they were on the list to get rebuilt, and they had some really bad stuff that had to get replaced, and he found the funds for it. But the problem that he pointed out, and it's a real problem, is that he argues to get funding and there's just not there. But I think, again, what Kevin's pointing out is we've got to tie that with the state too, and that they have to meet parity at least with the state. Because it's not even close to that. It's not even close to defense. I think it was like 8,000 per pupil to 27,000 per pupil for the Defense Department, which isn't right. And so I think there needs to be a better coordinated push on that in DC with all the tribes that have the tribal schools, because I don't think the message is getting to Congress of how underfunded it is. And it sounds like the director's kind of been left on his own to kind of figure it out, or just barely tread water. And I think that's something that can be sold, because again, it's economic development. You want your kids educated. If you want the tribes to be self-sufficient and economic sovereignty, they have to have the tools to do so. And if you're not doing that with the kids, then you can't expect the tribes to get off the programs that you're hoping that they can, you know, get off of. If you're talking, get them off EBT, then you got to get them a job that does that and gets enough money coming in that they'd rather work than not, you know.
And this would be like an easy lift too for like the Todd County commissioners, you know, because they know that more money would come in if they support this and if the tribes get behind it. So it's, you know, it's mutually beneficial. So,
and then on the pipeline stuff, so the president can, you know, do some stuff with executive orders. He can't take people's land. That gets a lot more complicated, a lot more lawsuits. The vote that happened both with the referendum and with the elected members was so overwhelmingly against the pipeline, the way they were trying to get rid of eminent, you know, reclassify it and everything else, that I don't think they're gonna try to make an effort to come up with some compromise. I don't see them getting a compromise from these new guys. I think we need to watch it, because again, there was all this confusion too over even where the tribe stood. And we went up there to make it clear that the tribe was opposed, especially with something that's eminent domain. But they were trying to twist other organizations that represent tribes' words to look like the tribes were on board, and that wasn't accurate to do. And so we wanted to make that clear in the process, and then watching the PUC and what they do with the state and see if they try to maneuver anywhere. You know, one of the things that was interesting is they don't bring up with the pipeline, you know, why they want to pipe carbon through. It is an economic, environmental thing, just to get a carbon sink and put it in the ground, but it also can be used for fracking. So it also is a way to get oil in North Dakota. So that's one of those things that, you know, it doesn't get brought up at all. Everybody's, you know, on the floor, they were talking how you can make more soda and stuff like that. But nobody brought up the other side of it, where it could be used for other things. Not that, you know, that's what they're saying it'd be used for, but it is something we have to keep watching, because you don't know. Carbon Solutions is throwing a lot of money into this. I mean, a lot of money. They've hired probably 2/3 of the lobbyists up in Pierre. They obviously didn't offer me anything, because I work for the tribes. They know that we're not going to change on that, but they've gone out and hired everybody they can so they can lock up the debate. And luckily, the farmers and ranchers are now feeling what the tribes felt with the XL pipeline and other stuff. We did push that pipeline bill a couple years ago to get the same. What's interesting is the same stuff the tribes proposed, to get all these fees, so it makes it really expensive if you want to do a pipeline. When Nome tried her riot boosting, we came back with a whole thing about, you know, set up a fund. If there's a spill, all this money goes to the people and everything. They pushed back on that, but then they're putting in this, the carbon stuff is the same kind of thing, $1 per foot, linear foot, and all this stuff. It's almost kind of hilarious that, you know, when it's their backyard, it's a lot more concerning than when it's going through the tribe's backyard. But we keep making the argument up there, we're watching, obviously on the legal side, I'm not a lawyer. But at that point, if they start doing something, then yeah, you'll have to lawyer up. But the idea is, right now, it's been very successful defeating it, and the state seems to be really against it. That hopefully you don't have to go and waste money on that while we make sure that it doesn't move forward in a way that's not comfortable for the tribes and where it's path. I mean, they did try to make this one very clear if it was avoiding any tribal areas. And I don't think it crossed the Missouri at all.
No, it didn't. It was on the east side of the
so
state by, I'm sorry, Ross, I do have a question here by Robert Radlingly.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's over here.
That was my main concern about, with Trump being in office. Since you seem to know everything in a state and federal level, what is the message that you're getting regarding the Dakota Access and Keystone Pipeline?
Haven't heard much on that yet.
I mean, is there a possibility that it could be revived?
He's trying to revive oil projects. He hasn't really announced which ones.
Okay.
So, and I mainly, you know, he's talking Alaska for a lot of the projects that he's been talking about. But that doesn't mean he may not try to revive the Keystone Pipeline and stuff like that with Dusty. So it is something we have to keep an eye on.
Okay, there's stuff that we consider sacred that he's been infringing on his last term, and we're kind of afraid that we're going to do that again. And then, to your knowledge, those laws that Christie Nome passed in her administration during Dakota Access, where they were saying that 5 members standing on a roadway constituted a riot. Do you remember that?
Yeah, that was Dugard that did that one, I believe.
I think that's Christie Nome.
Either one, they both did.
But anyway, did they enact that for one specific ethnic group?
Not technically, but the way they wrote it, not the way they wrote it, but the way they implement it, I think it's very clear that it's one ethnic group that they're target.
The reason why, I talked to a lot of my tribal members. I talked to a lot of them. And one of the main concerns they have is that particular law is specifically for Native Americans. And the reason for them saying that is, if you guys recall, back this summer, there was a Nazi group that occupied the state capitol.
Right, yes.
They marched down Wells Avenue, and she told everybody in Facebook that the State Highway Patrol escorted them off. But I, for one, I witnessed that. Me and my wife, we drove by Wells Avenue. There was a man marching, yelling something, and there was a group behind was yelling what he was saying. And there was no policemen or any highway patrol at all escorting them off. So why didn't that riot law apply to that group? Is my question. A lot of tribal members are asking. And you know that so that the reason why I brought up Dakota Access is that law going to be implemented again should Trump ever decide to revive that again.
Well, the law is still active. I think we do have an argument to maybe get that repealed. It's the same thing with the riot boosting. Because technically all the people in January 6th, anybody from South Dakota that was part of that or tweeting about it or whatever were part of the riot boosting and should have been implemented on.
Yeah.
And that was another one she passed to be able to get Keystone through, that nobody can do, you know, the riot boosting.
And my feeling is that there's a group of Native Americans that occupied the steps of the Capitol and marched on Wells Avenue. They've been 4 different circumstances.
So she can still technically implement that any time, or Jackley for that matter, as long as the law's on there. And so that could be something that we ask, maybe have the legislature repeal because it's not being implemented equally.
Because that was a question that was always asked of me, why didn't that law apply to the Nazi group? Seems like the state condoned that march when they didn't implement that.
Especially because I think they took a picture in front of the Capitol too, with the flag and everything.
Yeah, and she said that the highway patrol escorted them off, but I visually seen that, there was no police officers there.
Right.
It's like the city condoned that.
I think if anything, we should get a bill so we get a hearing on it to bring that up, that this is, why are these laws not being applied when it's non-tribal members?
And then on the same token, there was a law by a bunch of non-natives in Sioux Falls. They broke up a bunch of windows at the Empire Mall, and those laws weren't applied then. So that drives me to think that these specific laws were made for Native Americans and nobody else.
And on the Keystone issue, I think Keystone's canceled their whole project because they couldn't deal with the back and forth of the administrations. But that doesn't mean Trump may not try to court that back. But Keystone pulled everything up after the last withdrawal because they had Obama, then they had Trump, then they had Biden. And so they were too cautious on the cost they were sinking into it when it was going to be completed. And they'd have to start the whole process again, because I think they also got denied at the PUC.
But the reason why a lot of my people are concerned about it, and I'm concerned about it too, because that's, people's lives depend on that water.
Right.
I got some grandkids and some great grandkids coming up, and I'm trying to protect the future.
And there will be a water bill too. I think Sioux Falls is looking to do another draw out of the Missouri for growth, so the tribe will have to get involved in that too. But I definitely like the idea of going after those bills again and doing that. And I don't know everything. I just want to be clear. I just tell you what I listen to and make speculated guesses, and then we lobby. So and then we do hope you renew our contract so we can move forward, which is
Thank you, Ross and Kevin, for your updates and your legislative update and your.
I got one more question.
Emily and then Mike.
I just gotta ask, in his opinion, Trump was quoted one time during his first administration as making the observation that tribal lands were federal lands.
I've seen it.
To your knowledge, did you ever see anything that he tried to do during his first term that kind of manifested that? Tribal lands are federal lands, in other words, by the stroke of a pen, I can do what.
He hasn't done anything like that. And I'll give you an example, and Kevin can talk about it too, as president of a tribe of Ogallala at that time. You had the checkpoints during Trump's term. And Kristi Noem was trying to get rid of the checkpoints, if you all recall. She was really adamant about it. And she contacted Trump's administration to try to get Trump to step in and take away the BIA's authority or the law enforcement authority to do the checkpoints and stuff. And he didn't do it. That to me was a good sign that he understood the sovereignty argument, because he was being begged by Kristi Noem to get into that debate, especially with Cheyenne River, right? And she didn't get what she wanted. She was trying to argue that these are state roads and get in there and, he's interfering with interstate commerce and, not as much with Ogallala as much, but.
Yeah, I wasn't president, councilman at that time.
That's right after you.
I was right after her, but I believe former President Bear Runner was kind of leading that effort. But it is right, what he's doing. Him and former President Frazier was a part of that, but, just basically for the health and well-being of communities, and every tribe has that right. So they technically, I think the good thing is that recognize the sovereignty, but also the state patrol couldn't come on because there is state law too that is proceeding before that. So there's just all kind of factors that worked into that, and so definitely be aware of that. But there is precedent, so which is good. That favors
and
us.
I bring it up because relationship between Noem and Trump is different now than it was then, right? And it's widely said that Trump is impressionable.
Yeah.
Depending on the people around him.
Yeah.
Well, again, we got to remember that was right after the Mount Rushmore fireworks display and stuff too. So or that happened during it, right? That was during COVID.
Yeah.
So she's always had the ear of Trump, but. And just to let you know too, in working with Trump with the tribes in the past, when I went to his intergovernmental affairs office, there was a guy there that was handling tribes who never worked with the tribes. Totally new. But he was anxious to learn. And when COVID hit, his team called me first because Yankton was the first tribe to have a case. And they immediately contacted to set up a meeting to see what they could do to help Yankton deal with that first case of COVID and get it going. And so what I found is the team there was a lot more open to working. Now, they did hold their meeting in the Sherman room with all the battle scenes as their first meeting with Yankton, not realizing the history that they were sitting in, that they had brought the meeting to. But again, I think with Trump, I don't think tribes are on his list of what he's looking at priority wise. Now, Christie will try to bring up the drug cartel stuff and everything. So we need to watch how that link starts going if she tries to make arguments that she needs more jurisdiction with DEA and stuff going into tribal areas. But I think that'll be more on the border. That'll be limited to with where she's at on the influence there. And if you want to win Trump over, always massage his ego. You can, have him come down here and show him around and wrap him and name a place after him.
When it comes to the influx of drugs, the
I
cartel's been here.
Yeah.
They were in my community at one time. They're not there anymore, but they were there.
They're still there. I'm seeing.
Well, one thing you might want to do to actually, it's more ceremonial, is invite the president to come out here. Put that invite in paper, just to come and visit and see what's going on. And then at least he's been invited and that's out there. And you don't know if he would take it up eventually if he's coming through the area. What was that?
Okay, let's get moving on. We had Emily quickly.
I just was gonna move to approve.
Okay, to approve the report?
Yeah.
Motion by Emily to approve the report.
The proposal.
Second by Wayne. Hold on.
No.
You want to approve the proposal?
I was asking if this needed to be proposed, like if you had a resolution or if it needed to be proposed or approved.
You can just approve the proposal without a resolution, can't we? Or do we need a resolution? So if you look, well, okay, you want to approve the report, Emily?
I wanted to approve the proposal.
Okay, let's take a step back and review it then.
Sorry, I was doing that when we were talking.
So currently, their current contract is in place until January of 2025. And they get paid $10,000 at a monthly rate of $10,000. In addition to that, we are responsible for their travel fees, meals, and events, and anything else we ask them to do. And then we have, I don't know if there's anything specific to Rosebud that you have lobbied for us at the state level. I see your list here of your services to clients, but I mean, it's a collaborative list. I know there's other lobbyists that have worked on getting those things done. I know like the different, in Gregory County with this pump storage.
Yeah.
I know
other tribes, yeah.
Yeah, I live in Gregory, so I was part of that too. So, so I know Rosebud wasn't involved in that portion of it, but I was asked as a tribal leader on the East Reservation to attend some of the city meetings and with the residents over there, so.
We just listed off all the stuff we've done for Yankton and stuff like that.
Maybe you could let council know how many other tribes you represent.
Well, right now, the only other tribe we represent is Yankton, but we've represented Crow Creek, we've represented Ogallala, we've worked with, and then we work with all the tribal leaders. We kind of coordinate that stuff at the Capitol as well, if there's something really big there. So we've worked for Flandreau. We get tossed around, each election cycle changes who we represent. So we have now some proposals to work on specific issues for the other tribes as well. But we are the only firm working in the state capitol. And so when anything comes up with the tribes, it's us that they come to talk to get the message out to the tribal leaders of what's going on. And then the state delegations usually rely on us to help work the Republican side in order to get our bills through. So we've had a pretty good success rate, but we've worked with multiple tribes at different times.
Can you kind of elaborate on what specifically you worked for Rosebud at the state level?
Well, the law enforcement was one, and then the sales tax was the other one last year. You guys, that was one of the things that we were brought in to jump in right away, was to fight the sales tax repeal so it didn't impact Rosebud's budget. So that was the biggest issue there. Then we worked with Senator Bordeaux on a couple other issues that he had brought up with, I think, the honor song and a couple other minor issues, and then making sure the pipeline for the tribe wasn't listed as supporting of it, which was going around due to some confusion on whose voice was the voice of the Capitol there. And so we made sure that Rosebud was made very clear they were opposed to the carbon solutions pipeline bill as that was going through. So that's just a couple of it. Then we worked on ICWA as well. Senator John's bill that did pass to get the ICWA committee set up, which I'm not sure if they've appointed members yet. Have you guys had anybody appointed to that on the state level? If not, we got to find out where that's stalled at on the ICWA bill. St. John unfortunately didn't get reelected, so that may be part of the problem there too. So yeah, so that's some of the issues that we worked on this past session for the tribe, and then also getting SGU that fund a year or two before that to get that $300,000 from the state. And I think that was the first time you've seen the state throw money at the tribal college for a program like that to match the NASA funding. So, and that was after getting the NASA funding, which was $250,000. So yeah, so that's kind of where we're at. And then on the federal level, we've been watching the stuff that you guys have asked us to. Took the councilwoman around to several meetings, and would like to see more folks get up to DC where we can take you around to do stuff. I know several are going up for the TIBC next week, I think. And so if we could, we maybe try to get some meetings in them too, though it's a little shorter notice, but I'd like to have the tribe come up there, I think at least once or twice a year to do meetings with the White House and members of the Congress moving forward. This contract, we basically went identical for next year, same price, same terms. The only thing we did is just had it go through the legislative session, so we're not in the middle of session with a renewal, which is why we're here now in November, so we're not in the middle of session for renewal while bills are pending, if anything goes delay. So we have it through March, which is when they usually end.
Any questions? Mike and Emily.
Question to Wayne. Wayne, in our recent budget considerations, did we make room for this type of service?
Yeah. It requires a resolution though.
Right, that was going to be our next question. Yeah, we can informally adopt or approve the proposal, but we have to pass a resolution to approve it in order to facilitate payment, that sort of thing.
Emily and then Tammy.
Thank you. Mine isn't a question, it's just a comment. I know I've only been on here for a year and some of you are new also, so just this last year, what I've learned about our lobbyists is we have 3 different kind of groups here. From what I've experienced is these individuals have been here far more than any of the other ones have. Whenever the council was asking what's going on, why are our lobbyists not even talking to us, let alone each other? It seemed like some were kind of going down different roads and not even talking to each other. We had a discussion at council, motions were made to have them kind of report monthly. These individuals are the only ones that kind of went through there. After a while and some reminding, I think Mr. Van Dornman also started providing monthly reports. But our third one said that that's not in his contract. He doesn't have to do that. And so we haven't had that good of a relationship with our third lobbyist. But I do like that they did include in the contract that they will provide those monthly reports to us. So I just wanted to make those clarifications. Thank you.
What did we spend on them last year, like 120?
Yeah.
Mike, you're next.
No, I asked my question.
Oh, okay.
It was directed at Wayne.
Tammy.
Emily answered one of the questions I had was how many we had.
Okay.
And how many actually did give reports and whatnot, because I know we have quite a few. So, yeah.
Are there any other questions?
Question the motion.
So it was a motion by Emily, who seconded that?
I just was wondering if the language needed to say that Eric will draft a resolution to support, or what the correct language should be.
Yeah.
To support.
Wayne seconded. Question. Motion by Emily, seconded by Wayne.
That would be fine, just to have a motion to have a resolution.
Bring it to council. Question.
I'll call for the question.
Motion by Mike, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting.
1.
12-0-1.
Madam Chair, I was just wondering if we could have that at the 27th meeting, or if we needed to put a time on that.
Sometime before February 25.
We got some time then.
Yeah.
Thank you.
4 sessions.
Because their contract is up in February 2025, right?
January 31st.
Okay, January 31st.
Thank you.
Wait.
That's basically it.
Yeah.
I just want to say thanks and congratulations on your Emmy win.
Oh, yeah, thank you.
For bringing light to the lawsuit for all these years.
Yeah, for sure.
Kevin won an Emmy for Lakota Nation versus United States.
All right. Thanks, Councilman. Appreciate it.
Shake hands and
Thank you.
Nicest I've ever heard that. Can you please get up and get up?
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
My hair's out. Thank you so much.
Wayne's gonna make a motion to.
Very informative, thank you.
Oh my God, Kevin.
See you, don't worry.
We always have to.
Thank you, Kevin. Yeah.
For the hard question.
Okay, council, we have a couple of things that we need to clear up here. SWA board, we selected today. I was informed from Madam Secretary that council selects the chair. So we have Trent Quinney on the board, Patsy Valandra, Paula Antoine, Emily Boyd, Bill Marshall, Melinda Yellow Eagle, and Wilbur Smith Jr. Or senior, sorry.
Did you name him again?
Trent Quinney, Patsy Valandra, Paula Antoine, Emily Boyd Valandra, Bill Marshall, Melinda Yellow Eagle, and Wilbur Smith Sr.
Can I motion to nominate?
Sure.
I'll nominate Patsy Valandra.
Any other nominations?
Melinda.
Melinda?
I nominate Emily.
Are there any other nominations?
Steve.
Speed.
Speed. Motion by Totes to cease nominations. Is there a second? By Mike. Question. By Wayne, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Opposed? 0. Not voting. 11-0-2. You're gonna have to do it. Both sits.
Yep.
Okay.
It's the right.
I'll make a motion to see Emily.
Second.
No,
I know.
I'm serious, that's.
We gotta vote.
Straw vote.
Yeah.
Straw vote.
Oh, yeah.
Hold on.
We need to give an affirmation.
Oh, you want to, okay.
What are we voting on, to adjourn?
No, Chairman for SWA, it's between Patsy Valandra, Melinda Yellow Eagle, and Emily Boyd Valandra.
Secret ballot. What call that? Somebody's talking about like 11 a.m. or
Emily,
something.
just for the record, I won't be voting.
You can vote.
I asked earlier about that and it said that it was in there.
I nominated myself, is that fair?
Yeah, it is.
Madam Chair, while we're waiting, do you have any updates on the, when we're gonna do selections for the tech pro director?
Yeah, I haven't heard anything on that. I'll have to get with,
Thank you.
HR.
And I thought we were gonna do the other director today too.
Yeah.
The other director, you said you were
For
gonna do
general
that.
ops?
Yeah.
Let's do it.
According to the minutes yesterday, according to the minutes from the October, HR was supposed to have done some work and brought it to us.
Which director?
General ops.
General ops. Oh.
Okay, are you ready? Patsy Valandra. Melinda Yellow Eagle.
Yeah, probably.
Patsy Valandra. Patsy Valandra. Emily. 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 Melinda. Emily. Patsy. And Patsy. Patsy 5, Melinda 2, and Emily 4. So Patsy. Motion by Tammy to see Patsy as SWA chair, seconded by Sherry. Question by Wayne. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
0. Not voting. 1. So do you guys want to go ahead and I can see if Jen Silver at HR, I think she had those ready for the general operations. If you guys want to tackle that now, or
Get it out of the way.
Mike.
Yeah, yes, we just, select this chairman, or somebody to sit on the SWA board and put the chairman. I want to take the opportunity to mention the fact that, everybody knows that there's a ton of upward of houses. You know, in all the communities. And we have a homeless problem as it is, you know. And I'm certainly not advocating for the homeless people necessarily, but just the fact that we have a lot of young families, if you will, you know, that are, and we've got multiple families living in houses and stuff. And we just don't seem to be getting these units up and habitable. I've got units in my community that have been empty for 3, 4, 5 years. Now there's a lot of reasons why that is, you know. And I bring it up because I think we need to focus on it, you know, as to why and what we can do about it, you know. But it needs to be that's a topic that needs to be on, you know, in front of us, you know, every meeting, I believe, you know, until we get back to a point where we can keep up with it. Because and another thing that's happening is these boarded up units are being burned down and destroyed quicker than before they get to rehab. So again, most of the problems, I don't know that it's all about money, but it's a lot of it is about the scarcity of labor, you know. I don't know, it's just, you know, maybe there's nothing we can do about it, but I would at least like us to give it some attention, you know. Somebody needs, obviously the board up there is not able to, you know, to handle it, because it is what it is, you know, so maybe they need help. I don't know, you know, maybe it's just a matter of somebody needs to be kicked in the butt. I don't know, you know, but.
I have Tammy, Totes, Elvin, and Emily.
That was another question that I had to, like what Mike said, because these council seats, they should be kind of like liaison sort of and update us on stuff. But maybe we need to have housing down here to better inform us on exactly what's going on, because I know there's funds that, you know, they can use to renovate these houses. There's also a process for it too, but we need to know what's holding that process.
Yeah, they did come with their yearly housing block plan. And they kind of made it sound like they were going to be working on these houses. They had to get a certain number under each plan, so maybe we should go back and take a look at that plan and make sure they're getting those houses fixed.
They always do that, but they never meet their,
Yeah.
they never meet the goal.
We have, totes.
Not only invite them down, but can we invite HUD? Because you know what, they always seem to say HUD guidelines. Well, can we bring them in and question them, and can we have a timeline when housing does come down? Can they give us a timeline as to when they can get some of these houses done? Not 7 years, more than 7 years, some of them have been boarded up. Shit, 15 years, yeah, you know, so let's try and invite HUD down too, you know, because we need to get this taken care of sooner than later.
Something with, Emily or Bill can address at the SWA level, and I know Wagonlander and Heister Camp have good relationship with them, and you can see if they can send a representative down or something at the SWA board level. Elvin.
I'd like to comment on, some of these houses are being shown right away, but, for some reason, they're not moving anybody in. I know there's 3 houses in Palm Lee that are done, they're still boarded up, and that's been 14 months ago. You know, we need to start looking closely at SWA. If they're not doing their job, I think it's up to us to do the job. And they need to get a move on. You know, I was employed there for a long time. I know what's going on right there right now. And nothing is being done about this. They're being told, and they're not doing it up there. Now, the board needs to get on these people. Now, if the board can't do this, it's going to be up to us to do it. And we might have to do that. Let's get the ball rolling. That's all needs to be done.
Emily.
Thank you. If it's okay, I'm gonna sit just so I can read my notes here. Just to give a little bit of background, I don't want to go too much time, but a couple of the high points are there's funding there. They don't have workers. When I first got on housing, I was questioning why we have all this funding and we're not hiring. The answer I was given then was, we want to hire contractors. We can get more out of them, blah, 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 blah. They even had people come in, put up writing on why it's better to hire contractors. Well, here we are over a year later, and we haven't had any success in hiring these individual contractors because they're not appropriately paid, or they don't have enough benefits or anything like that. And so
Most of them get, I don't mean to interrupt. A lot of them, it's a bonding issue.
it is,
Yeah.
and a lot of it is the skill. We have people that might be skilled, but they might need somebody to work under. And so the discussion has now shifted to, why are you not filling all of these permanent positions that we have to fix them up? Because there is funding, there is positions, we're just not hiring them. So that's one issue. Another issue is the way that they are prioritizing or selecting the houses that they work on. This has been something that gets brought up at every single SWA unit or at meeting is, for example, this person moved out of this house. So the inspector came in and there was 2 holes in the wall. That house is still sitting there for over a year. That family got kicked out. So rather than fix the 2 holes in the wall and get somebody else in there, it's still at the bottom of some list or not even on the list. Meanwhile, what's on the list are all of these meth houses that we know take so long. So I've asked, can we have 2 separate lists? You guys have meth funding, we know that takes so much longer, but we should have funding right now for these ones that are easy and click over. But I'm only one voice and I often don't get the majority get support there. And so I do agree that this is beyond a point where we have to step in at some level and give direction or give support. Many times what happens is they're stuck in the cycle where, you know what I mean? Like, this is your policy, this is your job, I have to do this. Because if you look at the bigger picture, it's overwhelming. You put meth into that position.
How many meth houses are there, or how long does it take for them to remediate them?
I will have to ask. I'm not 100. It's like 80. I think it's like in the 70s or 80s. I'm not 100% sure for that. But those are only the ones that have been tested and that we know about. If you actually went out and did an assessment on our houses, it would be a lot higher. And another thing that comes to that is we can't make money off of our units because they're so old and dilapidated. But we don't, you know what I mean? But we're trying to have people pay money when they're backed up. You can literally see the floor underneath it through the hole. So how are we able to fix up these houses that are so old You know what I mean? And so, I don't know, there's just a lot of issues, but I just wanted to touch on those ones because those to me, if we could actually get permanent workers in there, even if they're not the lead man, I think that would help them at least address some of these, fixing up issues.
They still have a problem with, I know back when I was on the board, it was a problem with, workers passing UAs and.
So that's done. They now adopted the tribe, so as long as you have the card for that part, then that's covered. But one other thing that they just now passed out recently, maybe this summer, was, one of the other tribes, I think maybe Salish Kootenai or somebody like that, had did a research paper on the levels of meth and how toxic they really are. And so, there's a big push from, tribal, housing departments to readjust the levels. But without having more research and more actual facts, it's hard to make that decision based on one tribe's research report. But I just wanted to throw that if anybody is interested in that, I do have a copy and email it out. Because there are some good things in there that we could probably look at for addressing that. 10 years is a long time to wait. So I just want to throw that out there. That's the average time to wait for a house.
Okay, I have Royal, Tammy, and Sherry.
Yeah, I just had a question. Why I asked that question this morning on the minutes about the homeless. So we're gonna have blood on our hands because we all sit here, and it's supposed to snow next week. Somebody freezes or somebody dies. I just want to know what are the responsibilities as a body, administration, or things. Questions I had. Anybody can answer that.
Yeah, I threw some suggestions out there where we could place them for now because they're living in tents up there, and I had like 23 at that time living up there. I think a couple of them have been moved out, but I mean, it's up to this body to decide where to put them. We have those little cabins up there that maybe we could fix up, ask SWA to fix those up and place them in for the winter, but we need to look at them and consider them. And it's not even just on the fairgrounds, it's in Mission too. So it's, it takes action from this body to let us put that forward. So Tammy.
Do you
have a question?
I think we need to have SWA come here and do their report because speaking with the secretary, she said they came down for a resolution, but it wasn't a report and their annual reporter. So they need to come give a report. I think it's about that time. And then to clean a meth unit, it's only 7 days. I don't know why they're not allowed to clean it.
It's only 7 days?
Yeah, clean a meth unit. It's only 7 days.
Because I hear that from BIA too, with these BIA houses that are here, and they here in Mission or Rosebud, and they say that they're with meth, and we've heard that from BIA. It takes a long time to clean up. So.
No, it don't. And to be honest, our housing meth people, they actually created their own little formula that really does work. And a lot of these other housing agencies are trying to contract with them or contract with Mr. Brown and whatnot to get them to go over there and show them how to make that mixture and get these units clean, because a lot of units on other reservations, we aren't the only one that have high meth levels, but it only takes 7 days to get those units. So be proud of that, that our, at least our housing meth department stands out all over.
Do you want to make that a motion?
I'll make that motion.
To have SWA come and give a council report. We could set it on the regular council day, or do you want to schedule a special?
They're on our agenda. Just never get
on our agenda.
We need to actually give them a time.
Yeah.
First thing on our.
Just have them come down first thing on our December meeting.
27th?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, we have treaty.
December.
The December meeting, yeah.
What time's treaty coming that day?
It's Casino, Redco, and Treaty that day.
On the 27th?
On the 27th.
I was thinking about our regularly scheduled council meetings in December,
Okay.
since they're already on our agenda.
Okay.
Have them go first.
Yeah, have them go first.
Sounds good.
In December. You still want to make a motion, or should we just have Madam Secretary?
I'll make that motion.
Okay, motion by Tammy, Have SWA come down and give a report to council at the regular scheduled meeting in December.
I'll second.
Seconded by Sherry. Question, Willie? By Willie? All in favor? I didn't know if Tulsa was questioning, but she's looking at her class.
Stretch.
All in favor?
All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting.
Left.
Bill?
When you get on the road, I got some of those heater applications, I guess, if the community chairman wanted to hit the road now, get down there about 7.
Yeah. I'm catching a ride with Bill. Emily?
I just
And Mike.
I had the floor too.
Oh, I'm sorry, Sherry.
Oh,
Yeah, you did.
okay.
Sherry.
I wanted to make a quick motion before we adjourn because I heard that there's a motion for travel to TV at the health board, but I'm not sure if
Why don't you go ahead and make the motion here?
They have it, they have
We
it.
got it, yeah.
Where did you guys find it? Okay.
They got the minutes?
Yeah.
I'm good then.
It's T-Bag, the travel motion for T-Bag next week. Journey?
We have Emily, Mike, and Royal. Emily.
Sorry, I just wanted to give a quick update, on the meth stuff. We do have a good program. I think some of the things that was because they have to take that HVAC out and clean it, and they got funding for a facility, and I think that funding, or that facility actually started getting built. So once that gets built where they have it, then that would be able to speed that up. So I just wanted to give that up. And then just also, something that I saw that other areas are doing for homeless, and I know it's not our long-term plan, but just intermediate or maybe short-term, is they build these bigger, like, 3-sided kind of shelters, and then they put those canvas tents underneath them. And like I said, this isn't a long-term fix at all, but it could be an option if people already have a tent or just need somewhere to get a little bit extra shelter. I don't know if we have something like that or if it could be constructed.
Yeah, just, something that would keep them
Or a
warm.
pole barn. I mean, there was lots of options. Just
I was thinking like those 3 little cabins up in Marshmallow Housing. I know they're boarded up. I don't know if they're livable, but something that they can at
You know
least
who they
have a little. I think SWA owns those.
Yeah, SWA
But they could have a little bit more stronger shelter than a tent.
They were on the Met list.
Were they?
Yeah.
You need that in like a motion?
Motion to retest all of them. Just kidding.
Yeah,
It's probably all done.
Time, we don't know.
On Monday, they're going to do rounds again, and they were, I guess it was their weekly deal or whatever. So all the homeless, they've been checking on them, and they will be checking on them Monday to have them sign off whether or not they want assistance at the homeless shelter. I mean, if you're an adult, it is up to you how you want to get help or not get help.
And Mike and Royal.
Yeah, I'm just gonna mention that, some of the communities have their community buildings. And I know in my community, from time to time, they do provide overnight shelter, when the weather gets dangerous. But that is a financial strain, on them, so maybe it might be wise for us to talk about, maybe helping the communities out a little bit, in that, in that endeavor, Because basically they need to have security there,
That's
they
what I
need to
was-
have somebody watching it, but they don't have the money to,
If we could provide security or a night watch or something, I
Yeah.
think the buildings would be able to be freed up. That's an excellent point. Thank you.
any little thing's gonna help.
That was our issue. We had the building, but securing it so people weren't partying or,
Yeah.
You want to be home with your family and also.
Yeah, just on top of that, as an example, actually, my community does do that. Our sergeant at arms in the past would always, like, come wintertime, we'd have people stay at the community, And obviously that talk of you can't trust no one, which is ill of us to say, but it's true because of the world we live in today. But our sergeant at arms was able to do that, and he was able to take time out of his life to stay at the community building during harsh winter months last year. And I had about 5-6 people stay at our community building. And so, that was the place for us to have. They always had food because we always just had food to donate. It was nothing that we could afford, but it was something that we had on our own that we could give to them. So that would really be beneficial to you. Just like, do you want to do it? I'm not.
Make a move.
Oh, Emily, I wanted to let you know too that Bull Creek Community Chair and I worked with SWA and we were able to secure turkeys and hams for the Copper Key residents.
Thank you. That's always the issue.
So,
Thank you so much.
and Bill left, but we, they're temporary housing and a lot of those residents that are there don't want to relinquish from their original community and become part of the Creek Mounts camp. So but then they're always left out. So we were able to get that for them this
Do you
year.
know if any of them have children? Because that question, that concern came up at our community meeting about people having to be displaced for housing, but they're still on our community rolls for Toys for Tots. So I was just wondering.
Okay, we could look into that too.
Okay, thank you.
Is there anything else? Mike?
Yeah, anyway, that, I just wanted to, get that out there so there'd be a little discussion about it, but unfortunately, not everybody wants to volunteer to do that, so. Generally, the community has to pay somebody, but, and that's where the financial strain part comes in on.
Royal, did you have something?
Anything we can do there.
So that, what Mike brought up, does that fall under EPP for homeless? Are they in that situation with cold weather and,
They don't follow under our EPP plan.
there be something implemented? What action can this body take for homeless? Based on that.
Yeah, we can just.
The community is used to, if they open their community buildings and provided those services and stuff, we have refunded communities for their
Resources like their
service.
food and toiletries and stuff that they provide during that time.
But they need to know that,
Well, they've all
do that.
They come here. Okay, we could look into how we could make a policy. I mean, Skyla has a policy for the homeless shelter, but maybe we could make a policy for the homeless that don't want to go to the shelter.
She's the one her department's the one that goes and is checking on them and making them sign that liability waiver that they're whether they want services or not. And some are doing it weekly. I mean, they're literally like, no, we don't want help.
I had made some room for somebody up there and they said they didn't want to, they said, oh, they're full and I don't want to stay there. So I called to see if they went up there, but they said when they mentioned doing a UA, they turned around and walked out, so.
I think with, when they declare emergency, I think that the tribal chairwoman has the authority to make any declaration she wants. I don't want no blood on my hands this winter. The one thing that, Dr. One gets you all ahead, we got 12 virtues hanging on the wall there. One she loves part of it. We're talking about money and cost and all that stuff. Where's that warranty lie? We need to remember those 7 virtues. Ahead, hit y'all watching.
Okay. Tammy and Emily.
I have Totes, Emily and Tammy.
I want to make a motion that we find some funding to reimburse these communities that do open their community buildings up during the cold spells and during the storms. Because out to Antelope community, sometimes we get like 20 people out there that last storm and we had them for like 6 days, some of them.
We reimbursed Antelope last year.
Reimbursed them.
For all the communities to reimburse them and to make sure that we have generators that are ready to roll in all our community buildings, because I don't know if they all have community generators that work. Yeah, and some might have to have an adjustment to make them, the generators work too.
I could add one of those heaters. Just like the light spot, we got these generators and electric.
What the heck are those heaters?
Infrared?
Yeah.
Is that what they are? Infrared heaters? Those
Got
like
communities without.
they're small, they kick out a bunch of.
Yeah, like ours don't.
You mean like a
Infrared?
propane?
Yeah, you guys, are-
It does every now and then.
they have a bad,
Yeah, we have.
yeah, theirs is super cold down there.
Totes, can you repeat your motion, please?
To reimburse all communities when they open their community buildings during storms or for anything.
I have a question before, do we need to request that the communities open their buildings during storms or maybe below a certain degree at night or something first, and then that would have a follow, or does that get included? Or is that, I mean, because I just wanted to make sure like we're requesting that and not.
Do you guys
mandating.
open?
We do if somebody volunteers to go there, but
Yeah.
there's been like fights sometimes and things like that, and so usually we're able to
Yeah.
cover it.
I think if they're able to, I know like, they
I
don't
know.
have a community building, so.
Yeah, because I know the majority of them do open them up, so no one does freeze or no one's out in the cold.
Ours does.
But is it like a certain degree, or you know what I mean, like under 40 or under 30, or?
I think we should leave that at the discretion of the community.
Yeah. That's
But
what you
if they
mean, right?
do
If the communities open up, then we
Then we, yep. And usually it's pretty common sense when it's gonna be below zero and the wind chill and the storm's coming in, they usually all open up anyway. Yep.
Second to her motion?
The food, will reimburse the food cost and, what else do they usually have? Lights, fuel, 'cause it depends, I guess, on their generators. I know at Cantaloupe, we need some kind of adjustment for our generator.
So can you also include must provide an expense report?
Yes, yep, and to include the BIN's report. To justify the reimbursement.
Effective today?
Yes.
Second. Second by Tammy. Question? By Mike. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Okay, I have
How much?
Emily, Toads,
Wow.
Toads, Emily, then Tammy and Sherry.
I already asked my question.
Okay, Tammy.
Okay, so years back, the cops used to go around and, pick up all these homeless people when it was cold and take them in. And I know they can't do that now because they need to have them medically cleared. And if you ever walk into ER in the evening or you get stuck out in the waiting room, and I've gone through this process for a lot of times, they have a lot of homeless people in the hallways, and that's a, violation. But they can't let them go because of, they have to be medically cleared, so they have to be sober. But that also lies with the cops too for just pulling up and dropping them off. But I think we need to address that because we can't just leave our homeless, in the ER, and take these beds away from people that actually need them. Because I've seen a lot of people sitting outside in the emergency room waiting. And another issue I wanted to kind of put out there is they're allowing the officers to pull into the Bay Area where the ambulances are and drop their people off and then leave. So they're getting more emergency treatment than the actual people that are actually there, and our people that are being brought in by the ambulance have to wait. That's been going on for months and it needs to be addressed, but that's something that I wanted to put out there for food for thought right now.
Carrie.
I wanted to make a follow-up motion to Totes' motion, that Budget and Finance develops a process and some policies for reimbursement for communities, that lays out acceptable expenses.
So like, you're not just like buying random things from the store and whatnot, like there's an actual line item that you need.
Yeah. Or I'm not hiring my sister to cook every day and paying her $50 for lunch, breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Or even to align with some of the FEMA expenses. So if we have a disaster, then we could reimburse them with FEMA money.
Okay, motion that Budget and Finance develop policies for communities that lays out acceptable expenses. There's a second. Seconded by Mike. Question by Totes. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Motion to leave, don't leave the room. Look out over here.
Walk on.
Motion to adjourn.
Are we thinking director? No?
Motion by Wayne to adjourn. Second.
When we
Yeah, we need to deal with.
Hire for both of them, interview.
motion said we would do it on the 13th, and that
Well,
was.
she should have waited. Because we could have had this done earlier if she would have had it done earlier, so she should have waited.
She did have it prepared earlier, but we had the other.
No, I mean before.
yeah.
Like she was supposed to.
Can we do it on the 27th?
Yeah.
27th it is then.
Okay.
First thing on the agenda,
Yeah.
get it done right away. Let me start.
Second.
No, I'm ready to go actually.
Wade made the motion. Is there a second? By Sherry. Question. Chris. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Are we supposed to turn? Opposed? Yeah.
You could just leave them there.
Council, I just want to let everybody know that I'm sending out a letter to all communities. Some of the communities don't have their own EIN numbers.
Right.
Their employer identification numbers.